In the midst of a torrential night rain, a trembling hand gripped a pen caked with dried blood, tracing crimson lines across the ground as desperate prayers echoed into the void. "O Great One, please hear my call. Grant me fame. Grant me power." Within the blood-drawn circle on the rooftop, a young man knelt at the center of the ritual array, his voice quivering with supplication. "Please, grant me wealth." His words wavered amid the cold rain, "so that I can cure my mother's illness, pay off my debts, and live a better life." A shattered smartphone lay nearby, its cracked screen flashing one notification after another in a frenzy of red alerts. "Your credit transaction has been denied. Current payment due, 110,000. Deadline, 3 days. Total debt, 10 million C. Failure to pay will result in a 5% increase. Damn you. Where are you? Think you can run, you bastard." With eyes wide and bloodshot, the young man looked up to the stormy sky, his voice breaking in despair. "O Great One, have mercy upon me. Look upon me with compassion. I offer my soul and body to you. I am willing to become your servant." A flicker of violet light glimmered within his eyes as tears streamed down his cheeks. His final prayer trembled in the air. "Please, let me become your star." Thunder roared across the heavens. A massive bolt of purple lightning tore through the clouds, slamming into the city below like divine judgment. The bolt struck the rooftop where the boy knelt. After the deafening crash, his body lay motionless within the blood circle, thin wisps of white smoke curling from his skin. Slowly, his eyes fluttered open, dazed, unfocused, as if awakening from an endless nightmare. He sat up groggily, clutching his aching head as faint city lights flickered in the distance. "My head hurts." His voice was hoarse. "Wait. I was working on a project at the company. Where is this place?" Mumbling to himself about unfinished work, he stood unsteadily, then froze. Something was wrong. "I need to finish that project and get back." His words trailed off as he looked down at his hands, disbelief flooding his face. What the hell? These hands, this face, is this me?" He stared blankly, eyes wide, too shocked to speak. Silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by his ragged breathing. Above him stretched a foreign sky, and in the distance, an enormous tree towered beyond the clouds, its roots reaching into the stars. Where the hell am I?" he whispered. From the void, a divine golden light descended. A solemn voice echoed all around him. "Congratulations, young man." Before his eyes, a glowing book materialized, floating in a halo of radiance. The voice continued, "You have succeeded in summoning me. As a reward, you may now make 3 wishes. 3 wishes, anything I want," he blurted out, staring at the talking book, his mind racing. A talking book? There is no way something like this exists on Earth. Did I really transmigrate? His thoughts spun wildly. So this is like my cheat program. But only 3 wishes. That is way too few. Other protagonists get unlimited ones. A cunning grin crept across his face as an idea formed. Raising one finger, he declared slyly, "Then my first wish is to have 10 more wishes." A low, chilling laugh rumbled from the book, echoing through the air. "Hey. Amusing." A surge of violet energy erupted, twisting the space around them as the book warped into a massive demonic face. "At first, I thought there was an issue with the contract," it sneered, "but it seems that is not the case." Bolts of cursed lightning spiraled violently, encircling the young man in a deadly vortex. The ground split apart, arcs of purple thunder crackling through the stormy sky as a colossal entity emerged from the pillar of dark light, its towering presence radiating dread. "You are a new soul," it intoned. The young man stumbled backward, terror and confusion in his eyes. "Soul contract? What are you talking about? What the hell are you?" The creature's voice cut coldly through the air, each word piercing deep into his mind. "Mortal, you are unworthy to comprehend my existence. Know only this: the true owner of this body exchanged his soul and flesh with me in return for his wish. His soul is now mine, but the body that should belong to me was taken by you." It paused, its gaze burning like molten amethyst. "Tell me, does that not make you, the usurper, my property as well?" The young man's face went pale, his lips trembling as he struggled to process the shock that had just struck him. "God damn it. So this is how I transmigrate," he thought, his heart pounding wildly. "This thing is not some cheat software at all, it just used me as a replacement. A 2-for-1 deal from hell." Without another thought, he turned and bolted, drenched in sweat, running as if his life depended on it. I have to get out of here. I have to run now. Behind him, the demonic entity slowly raised a clawed hand. Its voice followed, deliberately delayed, dripping with mockery. Ah, I forgot to mention something. Flames of hell erupted, engulfing the boy in a searing inferno that devoured every escape route. Once a contract is made, the voice intoned, if you even think of breaking it, the punishment will be beyond your imagination. A scream tore through the blazing darkness as his body ignited, consumed by unholy fire. Ah, pathetic, the demon murmured coldly, gazing indifferently at the heap of ashes. In the end, just another weak soul. How dull. Its eyes flared crimson as a low snarl escaped its throat. You should have just died and been done with it. But before the demon could finish its judgment, a clause from the very fabric of the infernal contract echoed through the void. According to the laws of contract, if a contract is broken due to force majeure, Party B shall not be held liable. Should Party A obstruct Party B's ability to fulfill the terms, Party A assumes fault, and execution of Party B shall be deemed unlawful. The demon hesitated for a heartbeat, its booming voice thick with disbelief. Mortal. Are you trying to lecture me on law? Through the raging sea of fire, the young man's voice rang out not with fear, but defiance. I know you are overwhelmingly powerful. You could kill me in an instant, but you have not. That means you are testing me, or not you, testing whether I am worthy. Half his face was charred, yet his eyes burned with unyielding will. So tell me, do I qualify to sign a new contract? The demon was silent for a moment. Then a low, resonant laugh echoed through the heavens. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Very interesting. You are the first mortal who has ever dared to bargain with me. A burning contract appeared before him once again, its fiery pages glowing with infernal power. You have piqued my curiosity, boy, the demon rumbled, its massive claws pointing toward him like a judge's decree. Now, do you wish to make a new pact? I have decided, the demon continued, its tone shifting to one of dark amusement. If you can grant me a wish, I shall bestow upon you a new life. Its demand followed, sharp as thunder, grant me 999 more wishes. The young man collapsed to the ground, his body blackened and trembling. The demon's frigid voice echoed once more, now tinged with cruel warning. Let me remind you, you do not have much time to think. In about 1 minute, you will lose consciousness. And die. Damn it, he thought bitterly. He stole my wish, that shameless bastard. The last light faded from his eyes. Then, faintly, the voice returned, reverberating deep within his mind. So, what is your decision? The young man let out a dry laugh. Hey. What else can I say? A blazing contract materialized in midair, its flaming words forming a binding vow. Fine, he said hoarsely. I will take your deal. But. A flash of lightning split the sky, and the world shifted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing before a dingy, rundown apartment door. Wait. This is my place, he muttered, glancing around in disbelief. He chuckled weakly at his reflection in the cracked window. Guess no one saw how pathetic I looked, huh? Then his face twisted with annoyance. That damned bot. He actually dumped me back here. A swirling violet gate of energy opened behind him, and the demon's deep, resonant voice echoed one last time. When the time comes, I will find you. The young man blinked in bafflement and asked, so what am I supposed to do now? The demon replied with a sardonic shrug, do whatever you want. He thought to himself, normally this would have knocked me out cold, turned me into someone else's puppet. Oh well, who told him he was my bot anyway? Resigned, bitter thoughts whispered through his head as he slid the familiar key into the lock and stepped into a new reality. 1 foot in front of the other, he told himself. The door swung open to reveal the shabby room, its sickly yellow light throwing wavering shadows. He crossed the worn threshold. The light fell across the empty floorboards. In the sparse room, his eyes skimmed over stacks of medicine and scattered paperwork. Nobody home. Life looked harder than he would remembered. He froze when he saw a sheet of paper stained a dark, dried blood red. Panic flared in his eyes. Good God, a collateral loan that requires a single withdrawal of 2,000 milliliters of blood. What the hell happened here? Before he could process it, a thug lunged from behind and shoved him hard, blood sprayed everywhere. Dan, the young man was hurled into the wall and crumpled to the floor in agony. A silhouette closed in, voice full of fury. Where the hell did you crawl out from? You did not answer my calls. 4 goons encircled him. The leader brandished a steel pipe taller than his head. The young man lay broken at their feet, blood streaming. Tired of living, huh? Someone jeered. Hey, do not kill him, man. He is a do-jaw, those guys are tough as nails. He forced his head up, defiance flashing in his eyes even as blood dribbled from his brow. Who are you people? The thug struck again without emotion. Blood splattered through the air. What, you borrowed money last week and already forgot? You too must be high. And you, why have not you gone to sell your blood to pay off the debt yet, dying of neglect or what? The brutal blows continued. The iron pipe hammered relentlessly. He was kicked and stomped into the floor until he curled in on himself. It was ridiculous, really. Your old man must have been a real fool, one of them spat. He begged and begged for us to loan money to trash like you. Did you ever think trash just stays trash, born trash, gifted trash, always daydreaming and getting nowhere? In the end, despite all your efforts, you will only ever be a low-level cultivator. The thug seized the young man by the hair and hauled his head back, contempt thick in his voice. Neither you nor that old hag your mother are worth carrying my shoes. The scene flicked to the past, a small boy kneeling at his mother's feet, lifting his face. Xiao Shen, she said softly, do you want to cultivate and become a do-jaw? Yes, he answered. I do not want mom to suffer like this anymore. From behind the boy, a choked voice trembled through the stillness. Last night I dreamed mom worked herself to death every day until one day she never woke up. In that warm memory, the dim light fell over the woman quietly sewing. I do not want mom to become that, lying in a sickbed, her gentle eyes clouded by pain. If one day she never wakes, she reaches out for something she can't hold. A white light envelopes her whole body. If I can't become a cultivator. The boy, Xiao Shen, welled up with tears and looked up at his mother as her hand gently rested on his head. It will be okay, Xiao Shen. The two of them faced one another. She lightly touched his cheek. Even if the world collapses, I will carry it for you. Back in the present, his face hardened, surrounded by the young man's bright, blood-splattered gaze cutting through the darkness. His mother's voice lingered, so you must believe in yourself a little more. A blond man snarled with rage, eyes full of loathing. Hey, you piece of trash. He lunged like a whirlwind. Blood flew in his face, contorted into a feral shout. Why are not you answering me? A savage kick swept through the air, sending the young man flying like a sack of sand. The blow was so fierce it kicked up dust and smoke. A man standing nearby smoked calmly, though his expression betrayed deep unease. Stop, if you keep hitting him he will really die. A gust of unseen force swept across the room, tearing at the floor. One henchman screamed back at his bot. In the swirl of smoke and dust, the blonde attacker staggered, a wild look of terror in his eyes. Blood poured from his mouth. What? The two of the senior thugs stared at each other in stunned disbelief. Was not that kid supposed to get knocked away? One muttered. Know this presence. A brilliant purple lightning crackled around the young man's body, energy surging up like a rising tide in the gloom. Could he have broken through to a higher tier? The young man spoke calmly. There is nothing wrong with someone from the bottom trying to rise. He lifted his chin. His gaze was icy as lightning, his hair whipped by the crackling electricity. Cut the crap. Under the blazing red light that cast sharp shadows across their tense faces, two men stood side by side. One glared ahead with open disdain. That brat's just a stage 2, Class E cultivator, yet he dares act so cocky. The other flashed a sinister grin and turned toward the gray-haired man beside him. Antoine, teach him a lesson. Both men exuded killing intent, gripping their glowing weapons tightly. Or better yet, one sneered, cripple him, take an arm and a leg. Fine by me. Xiao Shen's face remained calm, but his eyes were sharp as blades. So that is what they mean by a stage 2 Class E cultivator channeling the inner energy inside themselves. Judging by their movements, they are definitely stronger than me. The bigger man's eyes flared like fire as he roared and lunged forward with a thunderous kick. You little bastard. Xiao Shen's pupils constricted, but I can see every movement they make clearly. The ground split open under the force of the kick, sending debris flying in all directions. Amid the swirling smoke, the man holding the steel pipe glanced around warily. Where the hell did you go? He muttered. Suddenly, Xiao Shen appeared behind him and struck. The man turned in shock just as a brutal kick smashed into his face, blood spraying across the air. His partner froze, stunned by the sheer force, before his fury exploded. He gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon as he crept behind Xiao Shen. Damn it, he thought. Was not this kid supposed to be a stage 2 class E? How can he be this fast and this strong? Still, I have got his blind spot. One good hit to the ribs and he is done for. But before he could swing, Xiao Shen moved as if he would foreseen the attack. His leg snapped up in a clean, vicious counterkick that cut through the red glow. The man's scream tore through the air. The steel pipe rebounded violently, stabbing into his own body. Blood gushed from his mouth as his eyes widened in disbelief. He did not even look at me, yet he knew exactly where I was. His body flew backward and rolled across the floor before collapsing into a heap. How is he this strong? He gasped, clutching his stomach and raising a trembling hand. Please spare me, we were just following orders. It was Lin Vu, he told us to come collect the debt. Xiao Shen stepped forward, his voice icy. Lin Vu, huh? He looked down at the cowering man. Tell him I will pay him back in full. But if he ever sends anyone to bother me again, I won't be so merciful. Now take your friends and get out of my sight. The man screamed in pain and scrambled away, dragging his fallen companions as they stumbled off in panic. Xiao Shen stood in silence for a moment, then spoke softly to the seemingly empty air. You are watching, are not you? Master. The purple lightning still flickered around him. Within the storm of energy, a crimson grimoire floated into view, a single red eye glaring from its cover. Oh, you can sense my presence. Not bad, your instincts are sharp, came the voice from within, dripping with amusement. Xiao Shen looked up, a faint smirk tugging at his lips while smoke still rose from his body. Just now, I felt a strange surge of power inside me. I figured you were secretly lending me strength. The voice chuckled darkly. Correct. If I had not temporarily granted you a fragment of my power, you would be nothing more than a bloody smear on the floor right now. You should be grateful. Xiao Shen's eyes lit up, realization dawning. So that is it, you are basically my cheat code, huh? If you keep lending me power like that, I won't have to fear anyone ever again. The red grimoire snapped open, rows of jagged teeth glinting as it roared in anger. Dream on, my power is not something a mere mortal can use at will. You were lucky this time it did not exceed your limits. Otherwise, you would already be dead from backlash before your enemies could even touch you. Xiao Shen frowned, extending a hand in protest. So I am working for you, but I do not get anything out of it. Come on, if I grow stronger, would not that make it easier to fulfill your wishes too? The voice from the darkness hissed irritably, clearly displeased with his logic. Black mist swirled tightly around the grimoire while the young man slumped forward in frustration. Relax, the book spoke in a smug tone. According to our contract, this great one will grant you a reward, something useful, I suppose, but I have not quite decided what it will be yet. As for borrowing my power again, do not even dream about it unless, of course, you are eager to die sooner. Xiao Shen sighed helplessly. Fine, whatever. The crimson eye on the book narrowed, studying him carefully. This kid. He is completely outside my expectations. Not only did he absorb more power than I intended to give, but he managed to control it almost perfectly. The demon god within fell silent for a long moment. Could this boy really be the key to my destiny? Xiao Shen glanced back and asked casually, by the way, have you decided on your second wish yet? The grimoire blinked in surprise. What? The second wish, Xiao Shen repeated, tilting his head. Did not you say you wanted me to help fulfill one of your wishes? The silence that followed felt oddly weighty. When the book finally spoke again, its tone was slow and measured. No, I have not decided yet. It continued, as if musing to itself. I have made plenty of wishes already. When the time comes, you will understand. Xiao Shen stared blankly for a moment, then raised his hands in exasperation. So, what am I supposed to do now? Who cares, the book muttered lazily. Do whatever you want. Xiao Shen scratched his head, visibly uneasy. Damn it. I do not know anything about this world. There is too much I still need to figure out. I was hoping his wish thing would give me some direction, but apparently not. Pulling out the phone he would found on the rooftop, he began scrolling through it carefully. Guess I will check this kid's phone. If I am living as him from now on, I would better understand who he was. His brows furrowed as he scanned the messages. Debt notices, orders for expensive supplements to strengthen Duja cultivators, nothing about family. Then one message froze him completely, a red alert notification. The words glared back at him. Mom collapsed and was taken to the hospital. Come quickly. Tianlin Hospital. The lights of Tianlin Hospital glowed through the night. Xiao Shen ran down the corridor, his coat flaring behind him with every hurried step. He stopped outside a patient room, watching quietly through the door window. His chest tightened as guilt filled his thoughts. The air's so heavy. But honestly, who would not be angry? Something this serious happened, and I was not there. Under the gentle fluorescent light stood a woman with her hair tied neatly back, her expression calm but strained as she kept watch over the hospital bed. That must be my sister, Xiao Shen thought. Zhou Yuqing. He stepped closer, eyes landing on the woman lying motionless beneath the white sheets, a middle-aged lady with a pale, weary face. And that is Mom. The sight made his heart clench. In his memories, she would always been full of life, radiant with warmth and strength. But now, she looks so fragile. Is this my fault? He turned to his sister, his voice trembling slightly. Sis. I am sorry, I got here late. How's Mom? Zhou Yuqing's reply was cold, her disappointment barely concealed. And what is your excuse this time? Training, breaking through, or were you too busy summoning gods to handle something great? Her voice cracked as she clenched the edge of the bedsheet, tears glimmering in her eyes. Even when she fainted, Mom was still working to pay off your debts. Her tone rose into a furious shout, thick with grief. Why could not you even visit her once? She gave you everything this family had, she gave to you. Zhou Yuqing could not hold back her anger anymore. Her emotions surged like a flood finally breaking through its dam. Do you even know? She shouted, her voice trembling. Because of your debts, Mom did not even have the money to enter the special care ward. She is only alive because of her sheer willpower. She almost died. Xiao Shen, do you understand that? A single tear hit the cold hospital floor. The room fell utterly silent. After a long pause, Zhou Yuqing lifted her head, her expression exhausted, as if all the fury had finally burned out of her. I am sorry, Xiao Shen. Mom and I. We are tired. She placed a bank card on the table with a firm, emotionless motion. Her tone was decisive, final. There is half a year's worth of living expenses on this card. From now on, I will take care of Mom. You are on your own. As for your debts, deal with them yourself. They have nothing to do with us anymore. Xiao Shen froze in disbelief. She can't mean that. Right, the room felt suffocatingly quiet, as if all sound had been swallowed whole. Two Shadow's siblings once close now stood apart, divided by a gulf of silence. From now on, she said quietly, we have nothing to do with each other. Outside, the night sky stretched cold and heavy over the apartment complex. A deep, rasping voice rose from the red grimoire floating beside him. I can feel your anxiety. That woman's words, did they wound you so deeply? Xiao Shen walked through the darkness with his head lowered, his steps slow and heavy. The red book drifted beside him, its pages fluttering softly as it continued. But to you, she is just another human, is not she? Besides, none of this is truly your fault. He let out a faint, weary chuckle. Did not think you knew how to comfort people. Do not worry, I am fine. It is just. What she said reminded me of the past. Back then, I was the same, wanting to say something, but unable to make a single word come out. The grimoire hissed sharply, sounding almost irritated. HMPH. As if I care about your petty feelings. Just do not let this mess interfere with my wish, got it? Xiao Shen raised his gaze, eyes glinting with a quiet, steely resolve. You once said that if I could prove my worth, you would help me grow stronger, did not you? His voice was low but unwavering. If I become strong enough, I can make things right. Is not that so? The single crimson eye on the grimoire widened slightly, studying him in silence before answering. Of course, brat. The question is, what value can you possibly prove? As it watched the boy's silhouette fading into the night, the grimoire's voice dropped to a mutter. Swallowing fate itself, are you? Do not disappoint me. Little one. In the city of Lai, a neon-lit nightclub blazed like fireworks against the night sky. Inside the club's president's office, a voice rang out, deep and satisfied. The profits this time are not bad. Keep increasing the investments. In a luxurious VIP room, a large man sat between two women, lazily enjoying his drink and smoke as he gave cold, curt orders. Get in touch with the other side. Tell them to speed up the recovery process. The higher-ups won't wait much longer. One of his subordinates bowed respectfully and added, "Yes, bot. There is one more thing. According to our investigation, members from the Zona group ran into trouble collecting payments. 3 of them were injured by a student." The man exhaled a puff of smoke, his brows narrowing with disdain. HMPH. If I recall, the repayment date for that area has not even come yet. Those bastards tried to skim some off the top, did not they? Idiots like that thinking they are so clever are exactly why fewer people are coming to us for loans these days. He waved a hand dismissively. Handle it the usual way. The subordinate nodded but hesitated slightly. Understood. I will punish them, but this case is a little unusual. Among the ones involved are mid-level and advanced Duyuan, and according to the reports, the one who beat them up was. The man adjusted his sunglasses slightly, a glint of light flashing across the tinted lenses. A newly promoted mid-level student, the subordinate finished. The man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He leaned forward and looked at the file that had been placed on the desk. Who? The folder was opened, revealing a photo of a young male student. The man stared at it for a moment, frowning in thought. A mid-level student managed to take down both advanced and mid-level Duyuan. Even the weakest advanced Duyuan can beat 10 mid-levels. Rank differences are not something you can bridge just by being skilled. He tapped the file with his finger, muttering, "This kid's strength must be at least at the advanced level." A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as the cigar between his lips flared. "Hiding your true power, huh, interesting." He pointed to the file, his tone laced with amusement as if he would just found a new toy. "Keep an eye on him. Talent like that should not go to waste." "Yes, bot," the subordinate replied respectfully. The next morning, sunlight poured gently over the high rooftops of the quiet Yanping district. Xiao Shen, dressed in a white jacket, was sprinting down a nearly empty street, his breath steaming in the cool air. A middle-aged man unlocking his shop door turned and exclaimed in surprise. "Oh. Good morning, uncle," Xiao Shen called out cheerfully as he ran past. The shopkeeper smiled warmly. "Shen, you have been coming by early every day lately. I just got a new batch of primary grade type energy supplements, only 400 per bottle. Want one?" Xiao Shen waved politely without stopping. "Sorry, uncle, I still have some left. I will come by once I finish them, okay?" "Haha, alright then. I will give you a discount next time," the man chuckled, watching the boy's energetic figure fade into the distance. He could not help but smile to himself. That kid seems livelier than before. Maybe he has got a girlfriend now. Ah, youth is wonderful. As Xiao Shen jogged beneath the trees in the back, he reflected quietly. Ever since leaving the hospital, he had spent several days getting used to his body and studying information about this world. With the memories that had merged into his mind, he now had a basic understanding of where he was. Gripping a metal pull-up bar, he continued to think. In this world, people could obtain extraordinary strength by taking special supplements over long periods. Those who did were called Duyuan, but the medicine needed to become one was outrageously expensive. "That is also why I ended up drowning in debt," he muttered to himself. He pushed off the ground, muscles tightening as he tried to break past his limits. He did not know exactly where his limits were, but one thing was certain: even the weakest Duyuan possessed physical abilities far beyond that of ordinary humans. After finishing his morning training, Xiao Shen raised his hands, inhaled deeply, and felt the faint surge of strength coursing through his body. Phew. So just by taking the medicine, you can get stronger. No wonder people are willing to pay anything to become Duyuan. He gave a wry smile. If it were me before, I would have to train for ages to reach this level. Just then, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate. He glanced down in surprise. "Huh, who is calling this early in the morning?" You answered the phone. A voice, serious and responsible, came through. "Zhou Shen. Are you up yet? This is the class monitor. Your leave request has expired. The teacher says you need to come back to class. I called you last night. Where are you?" You scratched your head, embarrassed but smiling. Not forgotten. Not forgotten, I'm up." You muttered to yourself. "Damn, almost forgot." Bright morning sunlight. The big school gate came into view. Dujia Lai High School for aspiring Dujia. In the classroom, the teacher spoke in a clear, steady voice. "Class, we just finished the history of Dujia. Next we'll move on to the economic impact of Dujia." Zhou Shen sat quietly, taking notes. But his mind was elsewhere. In his head he thought, a Dujia's status is decided by strength and categorized by title. You must reach the highest level for a given title before you can break through to the next. People who reach S rank are practically godlike. He'd heard. He flipped open the textbook to the diagram that divided the world into layers. To match Dujia capabilities, the world is split into 5 tiers. The 5th tier, where ordinary people and E-rank Dujia live, is called the outer tier. The bottom, from the 4th tier up, is the central tier, where power and strength are concentrated. You usually need at least D rank to get in. Zhou Shen stared, thoughtful, resolve building in his expression. He was at the lowest level now, E rank. To get resources he had to reach the central tier. The priority now. Find a fast way to raise his strength. A paper pellet sailed and hit Zhou Shen, his eyes flicked. Laughter bubbled from the back of the classroom. Ha, bullseye. Look at him squinting, someone jeered. Think you're hot cuz you ace written tests? You're just another rank1. Bet I can knock you flat with one punch. Zhou Shen stayed facing forward, not reacting. The taunts got louder. Everywhere there were people like this, he thought. The teacher stepped forward with a gentle smile and announced, "All right, we'll have a PE test in a bit. Change clothes and gather on the field." The class answered in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Sunlight splashed across the schoolyard as the students assembled on the athletic field of Duzhilai High. Zhou Shen warmed up with the others, quietly observing, in this academy, Dujia classes are mostly physical training, school is tough. As they stretched, a voice called from behind, "Hey, Zhou Shen." The crowd's mood went tense, soon everyone was whispering. Is a fight about to break out? Them again? How many times this month is it now? In the middle of the field a group formed. Watching, one tall student grabbed Zhou Shen's shirt, taunting, "Zhou Shen, you were making faces earlier, weren't you? Don't get big-headed just cuz you wrote well. What can you do with that? Try use some charm speech on me?" He sneered, arrogantly. Dujia value rank, strength comes first. Aren't you just a rank 1 scrub anyway? Zhou Shen replied coolly, his gaze cold. By your logic, you're only a rank 1 scrub too, right? The other guy's face flushed with anger. What? He snapped, and threw a punch, rage in his shout. I'll tear your face off. Before his fist landed, Zhou Shen grabbed his wrist with a surprising force. He squeezed, eyes icy. You finished talking? The attacker stared, shocked. He couldn't break free. He hadn't expected resistance like this. Why can't I get out? He thought, and even stranger. That force from Zhou Shen hadn't seemed there before. A chill authority radiated from him. You were saying strength matters most? Fine, I'll tear you up now. The attacker turned ashen, sweat beading as he felt the pressure. A dark, oppressive aura suddenly rolled through the air, a thunderous weight pressing down, making people widen their eyes with alarm. Zhou Shen's gaze turned ice cold, a vicious aura swelled around him. From the rear, a low voice pronounced each word with force. How bold. A figure appeared, red eyes, an imposing presence like a demon king. It was the PE teacher. Tian Zhijia, AD rank, level 5 instructor. Who allowed you to make trouble during my class? He barked. Teacher Yan Zhijia's face went stern as he confronted Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen, you just got back and already caused trouble, did not you? Yan Zhijia asked, voice strict. Zhou Shen offered a soft, easy smile, his expression casual as if nothing serious had happened. Not at all, teacher. We were just having a friendly exchange. Out in the yard, the student who'd been bullying him flinched, shoved Zhou Shen away, and took a menacing step back, his face full of irritation. Get lost, he snapped. Seeing the scene, Teacher Yan's patience thinned. His tone hardened. This is your first warning. If there is a repeat, do not expect me to be polite. He ordered everyone to gather for the test. Under his command the entire playground assembled. Standing in the center, his voice carried, listen up. The graduation exams are 3 months away. More importantly, after graduation we have the regional exchange competition. He brightened as he described the rewards and opportunities. Perform well in that tournament and you won't just bring honor to our school, you will have real chances at top academies. To make sure everyone has a shot at breaking through, I have arranged for a batch of low-grade imported supplements from brand A. Only 6,000 per bottle should help you improve your results. Under the teacher's watchful eye, a student strained on the bar, face twisted with effort. 23. 24. I can't take it. Another stepped up, determination blazing as if about to unleash everything he had. Let me try. The crowd counted. 49. 50. In a quiet corner, Zhou Shen leaned against a tree, arms folded, watching the whole scene with a detached, cool gaze. So that is the Duja test. I thought it would be more impressive, he thought. After a long, silent observation, a fellow student approached him, concern plain on his face. Zhou Shen, you okay? Class monitor, a girl called Lu Tianxian rushing over with a bottle of supplements in hand, breathless. You suddenly took so many days off, I thought something had happened to you. She blushed and fumbled an explanation. It is not that I am nosy, it is just. With graduation coming up, it is odd to be gone this long, so I came to check. Zhou Shen smiled faintly. I am fine. Thanks for worrying. They chatted casually by the tree. The girl raised the bottle and asked point blank, so you not buying the teacher's supplements? No, Zhou Shen replied. I am out of money. He thought to himself how absurd it was that everyone bought the expensive drugs. Was he the only poor kid in the Duja class? Lu Tianxian hesitated, as if about to say more. But if you do not buy any, your test, she started, but before she could finish someone called her name. She snapped back to attention, flashed a bright smile, and hurried off. Oh, my turn, gotta go, she cried. Zhou Shen, I am going first. Do your best, he encouraged. Lu Tianxian gripped the bar and pushed herself up, every muscle trembling with the strain. Meanwhile, Teacher Yan bent over the scorebook, nodding as he tallied results and mentally chalked up how many bottles had been sold. 25 passed, he murmured, enough to account for 2 bottles sold each. Zhou Shen watched his classmates finish the test, quietly forming his own judgment. So the supplements are expensive, yet people still buy. Apparently the teacher favors some students. He shrugged inwardly. Can't blame them. Everyone wants a good result before graduation. But with my current strength, I do not really need it. Besides, I do not have the money. Finally, the instructor called the last name. Zhou Shen. He stepped forward with an untroubled expression. Present. Teacher Yan watched him walk into the center of the yard, a suspicious crease forming on his brow as he checked the roster. This kid has not bought a single bottle. He narrowed his eyes and, a dangerous smile creeping across his face, decided. So he is confident he can pass without the supplements. Fine, then I will dock his score and make an example of him. Zhou Shen stood beneath the pull-up bar, gripping the handles for inspection, his expression calm but wary. The bar and the routine looked ordinary enough, yet there was always something special about a Duja test. He wrapped his hands around the bar. Muscles tensed as the physical exam began. Zhou Shen's eyes widened and sweat prickled his skin. He felt something off. A blue energy rose around his body, and with every pull the weight suddenly felt noticeably heavier. His body grew oddly burdensome. The harder he pushed, the heavier it became. Is this because of the crystal embedded in the wristband? No wonder the Duja test was not simple. He tightened his grip, but his face gradually smoothed into composure. The increasing load clearly had a limit, and with his current strength he adapted easily. He launched into motion, his whole body ignited in a blue blaze as he kept pulling with power far beyond ordinary limits. A rare chance, let us see how far I can push myself. A cluster of students watching from a distance fell silent at the sight of Zhou Shen's extraordinary performance. Is not that Zhou Shen, he is strong. He tore through the exercise with unstoppable force. Every motion left bystanders stunned. He did nearly 100 straight, someone cried. Before, 30 was the max. No way, he is basically stage 2 already. I have seen stage 2 tests from the advanced classes, and this is that level. Definitely stage 2. Zhou Shen's feet landed decisively as he finished the set, preparing to step down after that breathtaking sequence. The moment he completed it, classmates swarmed him, buzzing with excitement. Wow, Zhou Shen, that was sick. This score gets you into the selection class for sure. When did you get stage 2? Share your method. What supplements did you use? Hook us up. Teacher Yan Zhijia frowned as he watched the crowd around Zhou Shen, suspicion growing. Why did his stamina suddenly spike like that? Did he take enhancement drugs? His face tightened. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he ran the possibilities through his head. No, those supplements are outrageously expensive. Ordinary people could not afford them. Could Zhou Shen really have legitimately reached stage 2 during those days off? If students found out they could advance without buying my supplies, who would pay anymore? His eyes flamed with anger and malice as he muttered under his breath. You think reaching stage 2 is something to flaunt? You dare block my profit stream? Unforgivable. I will make sure Yan Zhuzhia teaches you your first lesson. Elsewhere, an astonished voice rang out from the principal's office. What? You are telling me the regional exchange might remove the stage 2 category? The principal slammed a hand on the phone, irritation crackling through the sunlit room. Training and resources are so scarce for schools like ours. Producing stage 3 students is nearly impossible. The official on the other end explained that government priorities had shifted. Funding for non-top schools was cut because the state was focusing on cultivating elite dujia. Orders from above could not be changed. The principal's face fell. Is there nothing we can do? He demanded, pounding the receiver down in frustration. He sank into his chair and sighed, staring blankly out the window as hope drained away. Maintaining selection classes requires constant supplies and specialized equipment costs that keep rising. Our school barely has enough resources to sustain stage 2 training. With 3 months until the regional competition, where will we find a stage 3 student? No, if we pour every resource into one student, we might boost a stage 2 into something stronger, but that would mean sacrificing support for a whole cohort of average performers. The principal's gaze drifted toward a glass cabinet where a faintly glowing crystal sat within. His voice grew heavy, contemplative. Senior, what should I do now? Will the Lai Institute of Dujia truly collapse under my term? A sharp knock came from the office door, followed by a firm voice. Principal Hu, it is me, Yan Zhuzhia. The quiet of the office broke as Yan Zhuzhia entered, holding a stack of reports in one hand, his eyes filled with anticipation. Principal Hu, these are the results of this term's student evaluations. Their performance was excellent. I believe this group will become outstanding dujia in the future. But contrary to his subordinates' enthusiasm, Principal Hu remained pensive. His expression hardened as he flipped through the reports. You call this excellent? They are still only at stage 1. Useless. That level won't help us at all. Yan Zhuzhia hesitated briefly, then spoke again. However, there is one exception. I believe this student is not suitable to become a dujia. The principal's eyes sharpened, cutting through the air like blades as though he had just realized something hidden. Perhaps it is time for a change, he murmured, then asked evenly, who? Yan Zhuzhia's answer came instantly, as though the name had been waiting on his tongue. Zhou Shen. Meanwhile, Zhou Shen walked at an unhurried pace, though uncertainty clouded his face. The spirit within him spoke up, its tone wary. What are you doing? Why is the principal calling for you? I do not know, Zhou Shen muttered to himself, his steps faltering slightly. I do not remember doing anything wrong. He stopped before the office door, staring at the golden nameplate that gleamed beside it. I heard the principal strict. If he is summoning me, it can't be for something pleasant. Hopefully it is not bad. Just then, a strange light flickered from his hand, bursting into a small, brilliant flame right in front of the office. Zhou Shen recoiled in shock, his hand trembling in the glow of the mysterious fire. What the hell is this? The dark spirit within him answered with a low chuckle. Oh. So it finally appeared. This is the special condition I mentioned, the trigger for wish. Looks like something we need is about to show up. Go find it. A scroll of burning light materialized in midair, inscribed with unfamiliar symbols. Zhou Shen frowned. A mission, now of all times. The spirit's tone turned sharp. It has been activated. Like it or not, you will have to complete it. Unless, of course, you would rather burn alive. Still dazed by the sudden phenomenon, Zhou Shen had not yet gathered his thoughts when a voice called from inside. Why are you standing out there? Come in. He pushed the door open. The principal stood with his back to him, sunlight filtering through the window, filling the room with a soft glow. Principal, you wanted to see me? Zhou Shen asked. The man turned around, his eyes like polished blades. Zhou Shen, is not it? He opened Zhou Shen's file, his voice calm but probing. Your physical assessment looks solid, almost at stage 2. That is commendable. Then his tone shifted, taking on a trace of mockery. But about those incidents talking back to your teacher, fighting with another student, I can overlook a bit of youthful hot blood. That is not what matters. The air grew tense as the principal turned his gaze aside, his voice dropping to an icy edge. What matters most for a Duja is money. So, Zhou Shen, I suggest you give up trying to become one. Zhou Shen froze in place, shock written across his face as sweat trickled down his cheek. You mean you think I am unsuited to be a Duyuan? Are you telling me to drop out? He asked, voice small and hollow. Principal Hu turned his back, his tone steady and unyielding. Yes. You need to understand that training a Duyuan is enormously expensive. Given your family's circumstances, it would be better to stop now than to pour resources into something that yields nothing. Principal Hu studied him for a long moment. Based on your physical test, you could join the selection class, but the school is facing an existential crisis. It is better to concentrate our resources on students who offer real value than to admit another candidate into the selection class. If we can raise even one Stage 3 student before the regional competition, we might still survive. His voice carried the weight of the decision. If you agree, we can refund your tuition today. He softened for an instant, then added, and you won't need to come to school anymore starting tomorrow. Zhou Shen bowed his head, stunned. At that moment the dark presence materialized again before him, hovering like a living shadow. A black crystal, its surface glittering with a strange, malevolent light, appeared on the desk, and the demonic entity's voice snapped urgent. Kid, I found the target. Go get it, now. Zhou Shen glared at the entity, irritation flaring in his eyes. Do not you worry about my life. Why do not you go fetch it yourself? Cold and clipped, the entity replied, if I could have taken it, I would have. The contract forbids me from taking anything that is not entirely yours. So you must possess it yourself by any means. Trouble tightened in Zhou Shen's chest as he tallied the implications. To pay off his debts he needed to reach the city's central district, but to get there he needed at least a D rank and an official Duyuan graduation certificate. This school was the only Duyuan academy in the city. If it expelled him, he would lose both the diploma and the chance to obtain the crystal the entity demanded. He clenched his fists and tried to steady himself. Keep calm. This is not the end yet. From what he would learn since awakening in this body, the highest students this academy had produced were only E2. For the school, a student who could surpass Stage 2 would be invaluable. In other words, if he could prove himself as an E2, the administration might immediately promote him further. Zhou Shen's eyes lit up as determination settled over him. Master, he asked, voice firm, you said once I could claim a reward to help realize wishes. If you have not decided, may I choose it myself? The demonic entity hesitated, then answered, fine. If you insist. Its red eye widened, a flicker of dread in its tone. You really want that? Zhou Shen's gaze was icy and resolute. Yes. I want the reward to be the ability to borrow your power. The entity barked in alarm. Boy, I told you your body can't handle much of my power. You were lucky last time you did not explode. Think of another option. Zhou Shen turned away, steady and composed. I can't be expelled right now. If I am kicked out, who knows how long before I get another shot at the city center. And then your wish can't be fulfilled either. Trust me, master. The entity was silent. Its crimson eye widened as it weighed his words. A corrupt flame flared around Zhou Shen, hot and impatient. Finally the demonic entity seemed to relent, but its voice held a grim warning as ritual flames burst and a contract formed in the air. The contract binds the signee to accept the consequences. The signee may borrow the signee's grantor's power anywhere, anytime. All repercussions fall upon the signee. Do you accept? The voice asked. I accept, Zhou Shen answered. Principal Hu watched the exchange with a composed face and then asked evenly, is that all? Zhou Shen lowered his eyes and spoke quietly, Principal, I request a re-evaluation of my rank before you make your final decision about my enrollment. Hu frowned for a moment, suspicion flickering across his features, then, with a long sigh, he nodded. One last chance, are you? Very well. Shake my hand. We will see. Zhou Shen clasped the principal's hand, and a brilliant surge of blue light burst forth. Principal Hu's expression tensed as he silently assessed the boy's aura. A Stage 2 level slightly higher than what his report suggested, but still not enough. What a pity. Zhou Shen stared down at his own hand, calm but resolute. I only get one shot at this. I am not even sure how far I can push my rank. Then, a fierce flash of blue exploded through the dim room. Zhou Shen's thoughts hardened into resolve. That is why I have to draw out as much strength as possible. The handshake grew intense, the surge between them no longer calm but violently alive. Blue energy radiated outward in thick waves, filling the air with heat and pressure. Principal Hu's eyes flew wide as sweat rolled down his forehead. The power erupting from Zhou Shen was overwhelming, sweeping through the space like a storm. A shockwave sent Principal Hu stumbling backward. The demonic entity hovered nearby, its red eye wide with disbelief. Impossible. This kid's unleashed power exceeds even what I granted him. Principal Hu steadied himself, breath ragged, face pale with astonishment. How? How is this possible? How did your rank rise so fast? Zhou Shen stood tall amid a blaze of searing blue fire, his breathing steady and fierce. Stage 4, he thought, a quiet triumph in his chest. He met the principal's stunned gaze and asked clearly, "Principal, how about now?" Principal Hu gritted his teeth, surprise and relief flickering across his eyes. Heavens! Perhaps fate has not abandoned us after all. Zhou Shen, his composure shattered into excitement as he rushed forward, voice trembling with renewed hope. "Please, represent our academy in the regional inter-school tournament." Zhou Shen blinked, momentarily dazed. Huh? You mean you want me to join the Level 4 division to improve the school's report to the Ministry of Education? Exactly, Principal Hu exclaimed. Participation in the Level 4 group is the highest honor for any Duyuan academy. Our school has ranked dead last for years. If we fail again, the ministry will cut our funding. He sat down across from Zhou Shen, his tone softening with sincerity. That is why we have been channeling our best teachers toward the most promising students. It led to misunderstandings, and I apologize for that. I hope you are not resentful. Zhou Shen gave a small smile. Not at all, Principal. I understand. Relief washed over Hu's face. Good. As an apology, the academy will waive your tuition. Once you are transferred to the selection class, your weekly supply of basic star enhancement elixirs will be doubled from 3 vials to 6. Does that sound acceptable? If you need anything else, tell us. We will do our best to provide it. His expression turned solemn, his eyes gleaming with hope. Zhou Shen, a student as exceptional as you would be welcomed anywhere. But please consider representing our school in this tournament. I am not exaggerating when I say your decision could determine whether this academy survives or collapses. Zhou Shen studied him carefully. If he is willing to offer that much, this must be critical to him. He met the principal's gaze, his tone sharpening as he went straight to the point. Principal, what if the thing I want is that black crystal on your shelf? Principal Hu followed his eyes to the glittering dark gem on display. You mean that black star crystal? That is a special mineral brought back from the central district by my predecessor. It does not actually do anything, but it has become a symbol of our academy's spirit. He gave a faint, steady smile. But if the academy itself ceases to exist, what meaning does tradition have? If you can truly save this school, then giving it to you would be perfectly reasonable. Zhou Shen's lips curved into a confident smile as he clenched his fist with renewed resolve. Do not worry, Principal. I will give everything I have got at the tournament. Principal Hu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Then it is settled. But tell me, Zhou Shen, if I may be bold, how in the world did your rank rise that fast? Zhou Shen forced an awkward smile. I am actually training to conceal my strength. Principal Hu nodded thoughtfully. I see, so it is a special kind of training method then. Zhou Shen added, I am still working on it, so I hope you can keep this between us, Principal. Hu smiled and gave an approving thumbs up. That explains it. Makes perfect sense now. Inwardly, he was impressed. Hiding one's level. That is a battle tactic used by skilled Duyuan adepts to deceive opponents in real combat. To think a student his age already understands such strategy remarkable. Then he said reassuringly, do not worry, I won't tell anyone. The future's in the hands of young talents like you, we can rest easy knowing that. Zhou Shen could not help but think, why does it sound like he is trying to convince himself more than me? Just then, a teacher entered. Principal Hu, you called for me. Hu turned to her and instructed, take Zhou Shen to the selection class and make sure his medication is arranged as I requested. Yes, sir. She looked at Zhou Shen. Come with me. As they walked up the stairs, she explained, the entire second floor is for the selection class. Just follow me for the registration process. Got it. Thank you for the trouble, teacher, Zhou Shen replied politely. She glanced at him curiously. By the way, what is your relationship with the principal? I have never seen him that happy before. Zhou Shen laughed awkwardly. Ah ha ha, probably just got along well with him, that is all. From down the hall, teacher Yan Zhuzhia came running, waving his arms. Zhou Shen, he grabbed the boy's collar, his expression full of guilt. I tried my best to convince the principal to let you stay, but I could not change his mind. I know your grades are not great, but even the weakest students deserve a chance to learn. Please, even if you are leaving the academy, do not give up. Do not bow your head to reality. Zhou Shen said nothing. The female teacher frowned. Leaving the academy? What are you talking about? Zhou Shen's transferring to the selection class tomorrow. I am taking him to register right now. She paused, then added with mild irritation, also, Teacher Yan, the principal's calling for you. He looked pretty upset. Yan Zhuzhia's face went pale. Oh no. I am doomed. The scene shifted to a dim apartment complex that night. Streetlights glowed faintly outside. Inside, the sound of a weary sigh broke the silence. Zhou Shen lay sprawled on his bed, his arm hanging limply over the edge, exhaustion etched across his face. 3 months to go from stage 2 to stage 4. How the hell am I supposed to do that? He muttered. Even rich prodigies have to burn through piles of money and time just to gain a single level. I am broke. How am I supposed to jump 2 whole stages in 3 months? He turned his head slightly. Hey, bot, you got any quick power-up tricks for me? The demonic entity floated lazily nearby, its tone flat. None. If you want my help again, finish my wish first. You chose this reward, do not complain now. Zhou Shen stared at the ceiling, talking to the entity with a resigned look. Guess there is no other way. That was the only idea I had back then. The entity's voice echoed darkly. Do not say I did not warn you. The power you have borrowed won't stay hidden for long. I know, Zhou Shen murmured. I never planned to rely on it for the tournament anyway. He picked up his phone, letting out a long sigh of relief tinged with unease. At least I did not get expelled, and I am getting free supplements now. That is better than before. But then, a notification appeared on the screen, payment due in 5 days. The air seemed to grow heavier. Zhou Shen exhaled slowly. Guess that is the real problem now. I need to figure out how to make some money. A crisp morning sunlight filtered over the courtyard of the Lai High School for Duyuan apprentices, signaling the start of a new day. Zhou Shen stepped through the school gates, his expression weary and slightly puzzled, as though something had been bothering him. When he entered the main academic building, the eerily deserted halls made him pause and glance around with suspicion. What is going on? He thought. It looks more like an abandoned factory than a school. A voice suddenly called out from a distance. Hey, are you Zhou Shen? Turning toward the sound, he saw a young man waving enthusiastically. Over here, the man shouted again, grinning as he pointed toward a hallway marked by a faded sign that read selection class. You were not on the attendance list earlier, the man said once Zhou Shen approached. I figured you might have gotten lost. I have got a whole class to manage, so I can't always look after everyone. Hope you understand, ha ha. They walked together into the corridor, and the man introduced himself cheerfully. I am the homeroom teacher for the selection class, just call me Teacher Zhang. Zhou Shen thought to himself, I expected someone a lot stricter. Guess the selection class teachers are not all cold-faced drill sergeants after all. Aloud, he replied politely, you are being too kind, Teacher Zhang. It is only natural that you have got a lot on your plate. But, is there really no one else teaching the selection class? Teacher Zhang chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. That is right. For cultural subjects, there are 3 other teachers. But when it comes to combat training, I am the only one handling it. Enrollment's been shrinking these past few years, and there are fewer and fewer students capable of making it into the selection class, so hiring more instructors does not make sense anymore. He gestured around the empty hallways. Normally, both classes and training sessions are held deeper inside the compound. The outer areas were abandoned long ago, so they just ended up like this. Zhou Shen nodded thoughtfully, taking in the neglected surroundings. The school really is on its last legs. No wonder the principal's so desperate. The classroom door creaked open. Teacher Zhang clapped Zhou Shen reassuringly on the shoulder. Do not worry. Even a skinny camel's still bigger than a horse. As they walked down the corridor, his tone grew more confident. Trust me, this place won't disappoint you. They stepped into a brightly lit training hall. "Welcome to the selection class, Zhou Shen," Teacher Zhang said warmly. Several students were jogging around the perimeter, while the rhythmic sounds of fists slamming into punching bags echoed from the far side. "They are doing independent training right now," Zhang explained before lowering his voice. "Let us go meet the others." Zhou Shen scanned the room, quietly impressed. So this is the selection class. The facilities really do outshine the lower floors. It is almost like a private training suite. Still, the sharp, assessing glances from the other students made him uneasy. "The atmosphere here feels off." Teacher Zhang clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, gather around." The chatter and punching sounds stopped, and the students slowly formed a semicircle. "I would like to introduce a new classmate," he announced with a cheerful smile. "This is Zhou Shen. He is joining a bit late, but as you all know, the selection class only values skill. If he made it here, it means he has got something special. I hope everyone will get along and aim for great results in the upcoming exchange tournament." Zhou Shen bowed slightly. "Please take care of me." A boy standing among the trainees frowned, his tone dripping with skepticism. "Skill, huh, I will believe that when I see it." Crossing his arms, he sneered. "If you got in through connections, just admit it. Do not drag down the class's reputation by pretending it is about ability." "Ma Wenhao," Teacher Zhang barked, his face hardening. "Watch your mouth." Zhou Shen's transfer followed proper procedure. "Stop spreading nonsense." Zhou Shen remained silent, offering only a faint, dismissive smile. Ma Wenhao's eyes gleamed with provocation, a smirk tugging at his lips. "We will see about that. Why do not we find out right now? Zhou Shen, I challenge you to an official duel." "You got the guts to accept." The surrounding students began to murmur excitedly. "An official duel, have not heard that term in ages." Someone whispered, "They say it is different from normal sparring. Both sides have to give it everything they have got, as a matter of honor. The loser supposedly has to serve as the victor's errand boy without complaint." Another voice chimed in, "But Ma Wenhao's the strongest among us. Does he really need to bully a freshman like that?" Across the training grounds, a pink-haired girl glanced over curiously. "What is all the commotion about?" she asked. The blonde-haired boy lifting weights nearby cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "Looks like the new transfer student is challenging Ma Wenhao to a fight." His brow furrowed in surprise. "A freshman, huh?" Instructor Zhang, watching the scene unfold, grew nervous and turned toward Zhou Shen, clearly intending to stop things before they escalated. If the challenge was not accepted, the official duel could not proceed. But Zhou Shen answered calmly, "All right, I will accept." Instructor Zhang froze, startled by his decision. Zhou Shen looked straight at Ma Wenhao, his tone firm and even. "As long as it is just a friendly spar without risking anyone's life, I accept the challenge. It is a good opportunity to gauge my strength compared to everyone else and to prepare for the exchange tournament." Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a startled shout rang out. "What?" The principal nearly dropped his pen. "You are telling me Zhou Shen is fighting someone right now?" Instructor Zhang's flustered voice came through the phone. To be precise, Ma Wenhao issued an official challenge, and Zhou Shen accepted. Back in the training hall, the two young men stood face to face, neither willing to back down. Around them, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Ma Wenhao, show that rookie who is bought. Come on, freshman, take him down." In the office, the principal frowned and thought. Is not Zhou Shen supposed to be keeping his rank under wraps? Do not tell me he is testing the results of his training. After a pause, he nodded slowly. "Fine. Let us use this as a chance to see how far he has come. Prepare the arena. I will authorize the match." "Yes, sir," Instructor Zhang replied quickly. Inside the arena, Instructor Zhang stood between them and began to explain the rules. "Since this is Zhou Shen's first time participating, I will give a brief rundown. The duel rules are the same as the exchange tournament. Only the two contestants are allowed on the field. Anyone else who interferes will be expelled." He continued sternly, "Both fighters must be of the same rank. No fighting across levels. This is an exchange match, so no striking vital areas." Ma Wenhao placed his hand on the rank-checking crystal, thinking to himself, he is an E rank too. Stage 2. Zhou Shen calmly followed suit. Instructor Zhang's voice echoed across the field, sharp and commanding. "No dirty hits. No attacks from behind. A direct strike to the face or voluntary surrender counts as defeat. Understood. The crowd roared in response. Instructor Zhang raised his arm. Then begin. The moment he dropped his hand, the fight exploded into motion. Ma Wenhao launched forward with blinding speed, dust swirling behind him as his intent to dominate from the outset was clear. I will end this fast. Hit hard, end harder. He drove his palm forward with tremendous force, aiming to finish the match in one blow. But his attack was blocked cleanly. Zhou Shen's eyes remained calm, as if he had foreseen it all. So he really did Russian right from the start, Zhou Shen thought quietly. Ma Wenhao's eyes widened in disbelief. He threw another, even heavier punch, his body lunging forward in fierce determination. He blocked that. How's his reaction this fast? The duel intensified. Ma Wenhao spun, punching and kicking in a relentless storm of blows. Zhou Shen evaded each strike with minimal movement, the wind from their exchange cutting streaks across the arena floor. Sweat trickled down Ma Wenhao's temples. His frustration grew with every missed hit. Damn it, he is darting around like a rat, does not he ever stop? He shifted tactics, twisting his body midair to unleash a powerful kick meant to pin Zhou Shen down. I need to control his movements. A crimson glow burst from his leg, the sheer force of the strike slicing through the air as the ground quaked beneath them. Facing Ma Wenhao's ferocious assault, Zhou Shen stood his ground as the other boy's voice rang out with mockery. You like this, huh? Ma Wenhao roared, channeling every ounce of strength into a devastating kick. The air erupted with a sharp crack as his body twisted midair. Windbreaker kick, he shouted. The fiery, spiraling strike blasted forward, the shockwave knocking Zhou Shen off his feet and hurling him backward. Ma Wenhao smirked confidently. My windbreaker kick can counter any attack in an instant. Even if you block it, the force alone will knock you down. Once you hit the floor, let us see how you plan to dodge then. Zhou Shen crouched low, bracing himself against the pressure of the incoming strike. But in that fleeting moment, his eyes sharpened, a flash of focus and calculation cutting through the chaos. He pressed one hand against the ground, using the rebound to steady himself, then spun his body with controlled precision, launching a fierce counter kick. The impact connected cleanly, forcing Ma Wenhao to stumble backward. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way, he knows combat techniques too. He planted a foot to regain balance, sweat rolling down his tense face as he tried to steady his breathing. As long as he does not hit my face, it does not count as a loss, he reassured himself. I can still turn this around. But before the thought fully formed, Zhou Shen's fist shot up like lightning, stopping just an inch from Ma Wenhao's face. The blow froze mid-air, close enough for him to feel the force pressing against his skin. Zhou Shen straightened his back, his calm voice carrying across the silent arena. A strike to the face counts as a loss, right? Then that means I win. Ma Wenhao stood frozen, his expression blank with shock and helpless disbelief. Instructor Zhang's firm voice broke through the hush. Zhou Shen wins. Ma Wenhao stood dazed, sweat dripping down his temples, his mind blank with disbelief. I lost. The students around the ring erupted into a chorus of shock and chatter. You are kidding, Ma Wenhao lost that easily. I did not even see what happened just now. Man, that new guy is seriously strong. Zhou Shen exhaled slowly, his tone calm yet sharp. You have no objections now, do you? He had finished the match faster than expected, but at least he would gotten a feel for the classes level. Instructor Zhang watched closely, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Ma Wenhao was trained systematically, and yet he got completely crushed. Zhou Shen has not even learned any real techniques, but his physical control and reflexes are on another level. No wonder the principal told me to keep an eye on him. From the entrance, the principal's voice sounded calm but clearly impressed. That was a fine match. Zhou Shen turned around, startled, as the principal waved and called out with a genial smile. Zhou Shen, come with me for a moment. There is something I would like to discuss. Behind them, a pink-haired girl pointed excitedly. Hey, did you see that? That transfer student is crazy strong. The bronze-haired boy beside her nodded. Yeah, no kidding. The blonde boy's eyes lit up. Someone that's strong, we have to recruit him into our crew. The pink-haired girl sighed. You are starting again, Tham. Outside, Zhou Shen walked alongside the principal down a quiet hallway. So, How are you settling into the elite class? The principal asked kindly. It is fine, Zhou Shen replied. The classmates are very enthusiastic. The principal chuckled warmly. Haha, that is to be expected. Strong students tend to attract attention. You will get used to it soon. Just keep training hard. If you ever need something, the school will support you as much as it can. Zhou Shen glanced sideways, thoughtful. The principal seems to trust me a lot. Maybe I can ask him about making money. He smiled awkwardly. Principal, do you think students have any quick ways to earn money? The man blinked, surprised. Earn money? He rested a hand on Zhou Shen's shoulder. At your age, you should not worry about that yet. Focus on training. Real opportunities come later. If your family's struggling, the school can offer some advanced support. Zhou Shen quickly waved his hands. Oh no, it is nothing. I was just curious. Guess I will have to find another way, he thought silently. Later, in the training hall, a few weights clattered softly on the floor. Zhou Shen sat on a bench, lifting dumbbells, his mind racing. Borrowing money is risky. If I get caught, I am done for. There has got to be another way to earn. Hello, partner. Zhou Shen turned around, puzzled. A blond boy bounded over, grinning, and threw an arm around his shoulder. That was an awesome fight, man, even the principal came to talk to you. Who are you really? Zhou Shen frowned. Who are you? A pink-haired girl followed, sighing in mild exasperation. Shen Jiaxue, you are being rude again. She smiled apologetically at Zhou Shen. Sorry about him, he has been like that since forever, but he does not mean any harm. I am Tu Xiaoxia, and this guy's Shen Jiaxue. Still smiling, Tu Xiaoxia continued, since we joined earlier than you, I guess that makes us your seniors. If you ever need help, just ask us. Thanks, Zhou Shen replied, a bit awkwardly. Shen Jiaxue grinned wide. Then it is settled, the three of us are a team now. As team leader, I will take good care of you. This guy's weird, Zhou Shen thought. With a laugh, Shen Jiaxue slung his arm back around Zhou Shen's shoulder. Hey, you transferred from a lower class, right? That combat technique you used earlier, where'd you learn it? Zhou Shen blinked, confused. Combat technique? Yeah, the move you used to drop Ma Wenhao. Do not tell me you do not know what that was. Zhou Shen shrugged, his voice steady. That, I just moved on instinct. Shen Jiaxue's face twitched slightly as he forced a smile. Damn, that kick at noon was way too strong. If Ma Wenhao finds out, he is going to lose his mind. Ever since Ma Wenhao had learned a combat technique, he would been showing off non-stop, acting all high and mighty. Then, Tu Xiaoxia chimed in. Let me explain. Combat techniques are special moves that a Yu-Jia, a contractor, can learn through scrolls or memory stones. Their power and effects change depending on the user's mastery level. There are all kinds of combat techniques, and the strong ones usually customize them to fit their fighting style. Shen Jiaxue added, that kick Ma Wenhao used on you just now was a D-rank technique, wind kick. Zhou Shen nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he had not been able to block that strike. His eyes turned serious as a thought crossed his mind. If I had a combat technique too, maybe I would have a better chance at winning during the inter-academy exchange tournament. He asked aloud, are combat techniques rare? Shen Jiaxue shrugged. Depends. They are ranked by grade. The stronger they are, the rarer they get. The basic ones are taught at school, but if you want powerful ones, you usually have to buy them or have a big shot share them with you. Right now, a normal D-rank combat technique goes for about 500,000 yuan. Zhou Shen froze, his mind racing. 500,000. That is more than months' worth of my student loan. Then Shen Jiaxue grinned excitedly, clenching his fist. By the way, I have got one too. I will show you sometime in a spar. Tu Xiaoxia laughed and added, me too. Zhou Shen's face went blank. They say it like it is nothing. Just, I have one, like it is pocket change. Guess everyone here really is loaded. He frowned slightly. Wait a second. If they are all from well-off families, maybe I could ask about ways to make money. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Shen asked seriously, if I wanted to buy a combat technique but did not have enough money, is there any way to earn it quickly? I mean any way, no restrictions. Shen Jiaxue raised an eyebrow. No restrictions, anything. Zhou Shen nodded immediately, as long as it is not robbing a bank. Shen Jiaxue rubbed his chin, thinking hard. His expression grew serious. If it is fast money you want, with no restrictions, then only the miracle zone in the Haishui district fits that bill. Tu Xiaoxia smacked the back of his head. Shen Jiaxue, stop putting bad ideas in people's heads. If a teacher hears that, you will be dragged off for a lecture. Zhou Shen frowned. Haishui district. Shen Jiaxue scratched his head awkwardly. Just kidding. I have heard weird things happen there, but the school forbids students from going anywhere near it. If you are caught, you are expelled on the spot. Forget it, I was just joking. Trying to steer the topic away, Shen Jiaxue asked, so, how much are you short for that combat technique? Zhou Shen sighed. About 300,000 yuan. Both Shen Jiaxue and Tu Xiaoxia gasped in shock. 300,000. That much. They both checked their wallets and phones, faces turning sour. Yeah, no way. I am broke too. Zhou Shen fell silent for a moment, thinking. He muttered under his breath, Haishui district, whatever. Liao Shi eats a lot anyway. I will go take a look after class. Night fell. The camera panned to a dimly lit street sign glowing under a flickering lamp, Haishui Road. Holding his phone, Zhou Shen checked the map again to confirm. Current location, Haishui district. Standing before a barricade, he stared into the darkness ahead. The map said the district was right here, just a few minutes from his house. He whispered to himself as he started walking, if I go home and change out of my uniform, maybe I won't be recognized so easily. But what do you think it is like inside? He muttered, glancing around. No response. Not here. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. Forget it. The outer layer of the zone only has low-level contractors. I should be fine alone. I am borrowing a level 4's power right now. If anything goes wrong, I can still run. He stepped through the barricade into a desolate street. The buildings were crumbling, overgrown with vines, long abandoned. Is there really something called a miracle zone here? Then he noticed something: footprints. Someone's been through here. Following the trail, he stopped at a small wooden door marked with faint scuffs. A secret passage. Interesting. As he reached for the handle, 3 shadowy figures watched from afar, their silhouettes outlined by the red-tinted glow of the district. Their eyes gleamed ominously. Zhou Shen descended the narrow stairs with cautious steps, his expression tense but resolute. Then, light burst before his eyes, a dazzling street filled with neon signs and tall buildings. He stared in disbelief, whispering, so this is the Haishui district of the Miracle Zone. In the cold stillness of midnight, Zhou Shen walked through a dim alley where the homeless lay curled up against the freezing concrete. Empty bottles littered the ground, and the stench of rot hung thick in the air. Farther ahead, under the faint flicker of a broken streetlight, hooded figures were making secretive exchanges, goods for cash, hand to hand. Zhou Shen advanced slowly, his eyes sweeping across the sordid scene with a detached, icy calm. No wonder everyone calls this place a lawless zone. As long as there is profit, people here will do anything. Maybe, just maybe, there really was a way to earn enough money before his debt came due. He closed his eyes briefly and inhaled, steadying himself for whatever lay ahead. Then he stopped, sensing something behind him. His voice came out cold and sharp. How long are you going to keep following me? Footsteps echoed in the darkness, followed by a mocking chuckle. Hey, sharp instincts for a rookie, 3 thugs stepped into the light. The leader, a burly man with a jagged scar across his cheek, smirked. At first, we thought we would knock you out and drag you off. But since you noticed us, guess we will just make it hurt a bit more. Zhou Shen tilted his head slightly, his expression blank, almost bored, as if listening to a bad joke. Knock me out. The leader let out a coarse laugh, mistaking Zhou Shen's calm for fear. Trying to act tough. I have seen your type before, a spoiled rich kid sneaking down here to play gangster. If we grab you, we will make a decent ransom, easy. Zhou Shen's mouth curved into a faint, disdainful smile. So that is your theory? Idiot. The man's grin widened as he stepped closer and slapped Zhou Shen's cheek, a mocking glint in his eye. What is wrong? Too scared to move? Do not worry, kid. I am a contractor. You are not getting away from me. Be a good boy, hand over the ransom, and maybe I will let you crawl out of here alive. Zhou Shen's gaze did not waver. His voice was ice cold. You really are rude. The leader's smile faltered. What did you just say? Before he could react, Zhou Shen's fist shot forward like a thunderbolt. The impact landed with a crack, sending the man flying backward into the wall. His two lackeys froze, wide-eyed in disbelief. What the hell? Bot. Rage replaced their shock. Both men drew knives and lunged. You bastard, you caught him off guard, now we will. They never finished. Two large metal barrels suddenly hurtled through the air and smashed into them with a sickening thud. Blood splattered across the filthy bricks. Zhou Shen blinked, startled. He turned to see a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness, a girl. A small but firm hand caught his still clenched fist, stopping him before he could move again. Beneath a hood, strands of silver hair glimmered faintly in the light. Follow me, she ordered, her tone calm but commanding. Without hesitation, Zhou Shen grabbed her hand, and the two sprinted through the ruins, darting between crumbling pillars and broken concrete. They stopped only when the noise of pursuit faded. The girl exhaled softly. We should be safe here. Zhou Shen gave an awkward laugh. Thanks for saving me. I was actually planning to question those guys. The girl looked at him more closely then froze, eyes widening in recognition. You are Zhou Shen. What are you doing here? Realizing her mistake, she quickly covered her mouth and turned away, muttering under her breath. Crap. I forgot I am supposed to be keeping my identity hidden. Zhou Shen blinked. You know me? The girl hesitated. He does not remember me. She quickly averted her gaze and forced a casual tone. Oh no, I just saw your name. It is on your collar. Zhou Shen's hand flew to his uniform. Damn it, I did not even notice that. He forced a sheepish smile. Thanks for the reminder. The girl let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew. That was close. Almost blew my cover. Before parting ways, the silver-haired girl gave a stern warning. In the Blackwater district, never expose your personal information so casually. It is dangerous here. Let me take you out. Zhou Shen waved his hand quickly. No, that is fine. I still have something urgent to do. I will go on ahead. He walked off in silence, anxiety creeping through his mind. If anyone finds out I am a student, I will be in serious trouble. I would better get out of here fast. The girl stood where she was, watching him disappear into the shadows, confusion and doubt flickering in her eyes. It has been years, but that was definitely Zhou Shen. There is no way I could mistake him. Did he really forget me? Or is he pretending, and why would he, a student, be involved in a place like this? She clenched her fists, recalling the brief moment their hands had touched. And that aura. Could it be that he is already a contractor? Meanwhile, Zhou Shen approached a street stall and tossed some cash onto the counter for a face mask. Pulling it on, he muttered to himself, there. No one should recognize me now. But even after all this time wandering through the slums, he still had not found a quick way to make money. Then a voice called out from nearby, sharp and unfamiliar. Hey, kid, you do not look local. Zhou Shen turned around, his eyes narrowing. Who are you? The man grinned disarmingly. Let us just say I am a guide around here. I know this place inside out. If you have got questions, I have got answers. Zhou Shen's curiosity sparked. Really? Then tell me anywhere around here I can make money fast. The man's grin widened, all teeth and false warmth. Of course. Follow me. Perfect, he thought. Another clueless one. This'll be easy money. They descended a hidden staircase as the man pushed open a rusted door. A faint red glow pulsed from below, painting the passageway in sinister light. The air grew thick, heavy with the smell of sweat and iron. The deeper they went, the louder the sound of fists meeting flesh became. In the next instant, a fist wrapped in bloody bandages slammed into someone's face, the blow landing with a wet crack. The crowd roared as the opponent collapsed, blood spraying across the floor. Yeah, kill him, smash his skull in. Zhou Shen stared from the edge of the crowd, his expression mixed with shock and curiosity. This is an underground boxing ring. The self-proclaimed guide chuckled proudly. That is right. If you want fast cash, this is the place. There is a special match tonight. Winner takes the prize money and a cut of the betting pool. Contractors from all over come to fight here. The tougher the match, the bigger the stakes. If you are gonna join, now's the perfect time. Zhou Shen focused on the fighter inside the cage, eyes analyzing every movement. That guy looks fierce, but judging from his technique, he is probably only tier 1. His gaze flicked to the scoreboard. The prize money flashing in bold numbers made his pulse quicken. The guide leaned closer, his voice eager. "Well, want to play? I can take you to exchange chips right now." Zhou Shen's reply was calm but firm. "No need for chips. I am going for the prize directly." The man froze, eyes bulging. Huh. Elsewhere in the arena, the silver-haired girl had appeared, scanning the crowd. Strange. I could have sworn I saw Zhou Shen come in here. Suddenly, the audience erupted. "Whoa, that kid's strong as hell. My money's on him." The girl's eyes widened when she spotted a familiar figure inside the ring. "Wait. That is him." Zhou Shen stood in the center of the cage, calm and unshaken. A towering brute swaggered out to face him, his voice dripping arrogance. "Do not think winning 2 fights makes you hot stuff, punk. I am the seed fighter of this station. Remember my name? I am Jeb, and I will be the champion." Before he could finish the sentence, Zhou Shen's fist shot forward, slamming squarely into his face with bone-cracking force. From a distance, the crowd gasped in disbelief. "Huh, another punch already, this is getting boring." Zhou Shen's expression remained icy, his eyes sharp with killing intent. "Quick and clean," he said flatly, his tone devoid of emotion. "You are next." A bald fighter stepped forward, grinning with confidence. "Remember this, my name is." Before he could even finish his sentence, Zhou Shen had already sent him flying off the stage. Next. Another fighter trembled, backing away in fear. Wait, hold on, the scene abruptly shifted. On a set of surveillance monitors, the image of Zhou Shen effortlessly knocking down opponent after opponent played out. The same chilling sounds echoed from the arena. Next, awe. Inside the control room, a man in a white suit stared at the screen in shock. "What the hell, we picked that kid because he looked weak. How did it turn out like this?" 2 men were watching the match in growing panic. One of them turned anxiously to his superior. "Bot, all the fighters we planned to sign have run away. The audience suspects we are pulling a scam. They're demanding refunds. If this keeps up, the arena." "I know," the man snapped, his face darkening. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "No matter what, we can't let that brat walk away with the prize money." He shot an angry glare at his underling. "Fine, we will give the crowd one more match. Call him out." Back in the arena, Zhou Shen tightened his fist, his gaze firm and unyielding. He unleashed a finishing blow, driving his opponent into the ground with a devastating downward strike. "That is the last one," he muttered coldly. After his victory, he turned to the organizers and asked in a steady voice, "According to our deal, the prize money's mine. Is not it?" The announcer ignored his question, trying to keep the crowd hyped. "Ha ha, our incredible fighter here is truly unstoppable, but I am sure none of you have had enough yet, right?" The audience roared in excitement. "So," the announcer continued dramatically, "we have decided to give you one final, truly thrilling showdown." Zhou Shen's expression tensed as realization hit him. "So that is it. They never intended to pay me from the start." The announcer's voice boomed through the arena. "Now, please welcome our second-to-last mystery challenger." Zhou Shen's eyes widened, his face growing tense as an ominous presence filled the air. From within a cloud of thick smoke, the massive outline of a chained creature slowly emerged, its skin jet black, its body bulging with muscle. The announcer's voice rang out theatrically. "Behold the abomination, Nevron." 2 guards escorted a grotesque creature, its entire body strapped tightly onto a metal slab, toward the arena. The creature was slammed hard onto the ground, its body twisting before crashing against the floor with a deafening thud. From above, it lay sprawled at the center of the stage. Zhou Shen stood across from it, silently observing. As he looked at the bizarre being, a thought flashed through his mind: what the hell is this thing? Almost immediately, a violent surge of energy erupted from the creature's neck. A cylindrical structure jutted upward like the lid of a pressurized tank being blown open, spewing thick white vapor into the air. The creature roared ferociously, its sheer presence overwhelming. The oppressive aura radiating from it swallowed the entire arena and even the stands. Its face was a portrait of unbridled menace, wild, bloodshot eyes and razor-like teeth that made anyone watching shudder instinctively. In the stands, a burly man had his arms wrapped tightly around a blonde girl, who trembled uncontrollably and clung to him in fear. "God, that thing's terrifying," she whispered. The man, pretending to be calm, forced a grin and said, "Scared? What is there to be scared of? I am right here. If that thing comes near you, I will knock it out with one punch. His words were brave, but the sweat dripping down his temple told a different story. Damn it, he thought nervously, good thing we are sitting far back. Any closer and I might have pissed myself. Meanwhile, at another corner of the stands, a silver-haired girl stood frozen, her voice trembling with disbelief. Why? Why is that thing here? Her expression darkened as worry took over. This was not an opponent someone at Cho Shen's level could handle. She clenched her fists, calculating. With her abilities, rescuing him would not be difficult, but doing so would expose her position, and once that happened, the entire plan would fall apart. Biting her lip, she whispered his name under her breath, anxiety written all over her face. Cho Shen. Down in the arena, Cho Shen frowned and muttered under his breath, damn it. Of all times, the bot just has to be gone right now. Narrowing his eyes, he studied his opponent. Unlike the previous fighters, this one was clearly not human. The way it stared at him like a predator watching prey sent a chill creeping down his spine. His instincts screamed danger. The monster raised its skeletal arm, its jagged claws glinting with a cold, metallic gleam. In an instant, it lunged forward at a terrifying speed, slashing violently at the spot where Cho Shen had just been standing. Startled, he gasped for air, his heart pounding. Too fast. If I had not dodged by reflex, that would have killed me. He backed away, eyes narrowing as he locked onto the creature again. This thing's actually trying to kill me. I can't afford to hold back. Bracing himself, he caught both of the monster's arms and pushed against it. The overwhelming force pressing down on him drove him backward, his boots scraping across the arena floor. It is too strong, he thought, gritting his teeth. If this keeps up, I will be overpowered. I have to end this now. Without hesitation, he called upon the borrowed power of the evil god. His energy level surged E2 to E4 in an instant. A fierce aura burst from his body, the ground cracking beneath his feet. With a battle cry, Cho Shen lunged forward, lifting both hands above his head. All the strength within him gathered into one earth-shattering strike. He brought his fists down like a hammer, smashing into the monster's skull. The entire arena shook with the impact. The creature collapsed, motionless. Cho Shen stood over it, breathing hard. That is it. Right. But before he could relax, the monster's body jerked. With a guttural roar, it sprang up and slashed across his chest, blood splattering into the air. Cho Shen's eyes widened in shock. What? He staggered back, fury twisting his face. Impossible. That was my strongest attack, and it did not even faze it. Quickly analyzing the situation, he realized the problem: its hide was as tough as armor, and those claws were deadly sharp. Fighting head-on would only get him killed. He darted backward, mind racing. I need a weapon. The creature lunged again, claws slicing through the air. With lightning reflexes, Cho Shen twisted aside, narrowly avoiding another lethal strike. As the monster's arm swung past, he seized the opening, his palm chopped down hard, snapping one of its razor claws clean off. A triumphant glint flashed in his eyes. Got it. He snatched the severed claw, gripping it tightly like a dagger. Energy surged through him once more as he lunged forward, eyes gleaming with cold determination. Die. With a powerful roar, Cho Shen swung the makeshift blade down toward the monster, delivering a decisive strike meant to end it once and for all. Sharp claws tore deep into the creature's shoulder, blood splattering across the arena floor. Cho Shen gritted his teeth and muttered, "TCH, too shallow, still, at least it is bleeding." He quickly assessed the situation. Its strength was inferior to his when he borrowed power. If he could close in just once more, he could finish it. The monster suddenly let out a thunderous roar. A dense wave of white mist swept across the battlefield. Cho Shen stiffened, his instincts flaring. Bone fog. Poison, he immediately shook his head. No, just ordinary bone dust. But then his eyes widened. Something was not right. Before he could react, the creature lunged from the mist. He managed to block part of the strike, but a sharp hook clawed into his side, tearing flesh and spilling blood. Cho Shen spun around, swinging his weapon in a wide arc that sliced through the fog, but missed its mark. Another slash cut across his back. The hiss of air and the whistle of claws rang in his ears. Surrounded by thick, suffocating mist, Cho Shen tightened his defense, straining every sense to detect movement, but the creature was nowhere in sight. It was using the fog to wear him down, biding its time, afraid to make any move that might expose itself. Clutching his weapon, Zhou Shen's gaze hardened with resolve. Even if I can withstand its attacks for now, once the borrowed power fades, I am done for. I can't drag this out any longer, I have to end it now. His eyes gleamed. No matter what, I must find it. Stay calm. Do not panic. Focus every sense here, feel, smell. Every nerve in his body tightened like a drawn bowstring. Through the pale haze, a faint blue silhouette flickered there. The blurry shape of his enemy took form within the mist. Zhou Shen's eyes snapped wide open, locking onto the prey's trace. Found you. The monster lunged again, bursting from the white veil to strike. Zhou Shen met it head-on. He caught its arm with all his might, eyes cold and focused, and brought his blade down in a brutal slash. The creature's arm was severed clean, blood spraying in crimson arcs. It staggered backward with a roar, reeling in pain. Seizing the opening, Zhou Shen dashed forward, his weapon aimed squarely at its head. Then agony exploded in his chest. His heart clenched as if it would burst apart. Zhou Shen winced, feeling the stabbing pain radiate through his entire body. My heart. Already at its limit, the brief distraction proved fatal. His weapon was knocked from his grasp, clattering across the ground. The monster opened its jaws wide, launching a razor-sharp tongue straight at him. The tongue pierced through Zhou Shen's abdomen. Blood gushed out, but his eyes still burned with determination. Not yet. Borrowed power, he roared. Instantly, energy surged back through him. He grabbed hold of the monster's tongue with both hands, forcing it to a halt. With a furious heave, Zhou Shen pulled hard, yanking the beast off balance and slamming it down onto the arena floor with a thunderous crash. Gripping its upper and lower jaws, Zhou Shen's arms trembled with exertion, the creature's teeth cracking under his strength. His gaze blazed with feral fury, voice low and venomous. It is not over yet. His eyes glowed with raw savagery, intent on killing his foe once and for all. The monster screamed, its howl tearing through the air. Power surged to the breaking point. With a roar that shook the arena, Zhou Shen twisted and ripped, tearing the creature's body apart with his bare hands. Die. Two men hunched over a bank of surveillance monitors in the control room, tension radiating off them like heat. The bot frowned and asked, anxiety undercutting his voice, what is the situation? His subordinate answered in a shaky, confused tone, I can't see anything clearly. The air in the room snapped taut. Suddenly a man in dark glasses shouted, urgent. Bot, the bones are dissolving. The man in the white suit went rigid, sweat beading on his forehead as he demanded, what, how, is that kid dead? His eyes widened in horror as the unexpected images played out on the screens. In the noisy stands, the silver-haired girl from before stood frozen, staring down at the ring in disbelief. How is that even possible? She breathed, her voice barely audible. Inside her chest, worry ballooned. This was not something Zhou Shen could handle. With her power she could get him out safely, but doing so would reveal her hand and their whole plan would collapse. She bit her lip and whispered his name, trembling. Zhou Shen. Back on the arena floor, Zhou Shen stood with his back straight, clutching the two bloody heads of the creatures. The crowd whooped and cheered. He won, thank God I bet on this kid. No way, how can he keep winning like this? On the stage, the monster's corpse lay spattered with blood. In the dimness, Zhou Shen's cold, blue eyes flashed with lethal intent. The two security goons went stiff as board's color drained from their faces and their eyes bulged with horror. One of them stammered, step back, how can this be, that kid? He won. The man in the white suit ground his teeth, furious beyond reason. He spat venomously, that was the fighter I bought from the Central District with a fortune. Rage twisted his features, that bastard. A moment later the PA announcer's voice boomed, trying to salvage the show. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the champion of tonight's tournament. Contestant, please follow staff to collect your prize. Zhou Shen exhaled, tired. Finally, is this over? Backstage, lights fell across a large wall. An open briefcase sat on the table, stuffed full of crisp dollar bills. The official in charge spoke coolly. This is the prize money. In the luxurious room the suitcase sat like a trophy. One man carefully did the math and said, total, $5,000. Zhou Shen glanced down and reached for the case, nodding once. No problem. Suddenly another hand slammed down on the suitcase, stopping him. The man in the white suit leaned forward, eyes wicked, voice slick with menace. Wait. I have changed my mind. He fixed Zhou Shen with a glare, each word a blade. Sign on as one of my contracted fighters and follow my match schedule, and that 5,000 is yours. Otherwise, you can take 100,000 now and walk away. Zhou Shen lifted his chin. His eyes were ice, utterly steady. What do you mean? He asked calmly. The white suit man's face twisted with rage, his voice raw. He pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Shen. Every one of my contracted fighters ran away. You even killed my ace, the one I spent a fortune to bring here. You violated our agreement. You owe me compensation. Zhou Shen narrowed his eyes. His voice was measured but carried pressure like a hammer. You never said there'd be an extra match. If I remember correctly, before I went on you said this. No questions about identity once you step in. You accept the paper of life and death. On the ring, whether you kill or are killed, no one will pursue legal action. It is up to the fighter. Those were your words, right? The white suit man heard it all and ground his teeth so hard his jaw clenched. His face contorted, veins bulging and eyes bloodshot. He staggered back, pale, sweat running down his face, unable to form a word. Then, from the boiling red haze of the arena, Zhou Shen stepped forward like a mountain bearing down on him. So the 5,000 is not missing a cent, Zhou Shen said. The man snapped. Pulling a gun, he aimed it straight at Zhou Shen, wild as a trapped animal. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare tell me what to do? You think you can just walk away from here? Zhou Shen walked forward slowly. In one fast motion his hand drove down like lightning. He crushed the man's hand and the gun in an instant. Metal crunched and the man's scream tore out of him, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. Want me to leave? Think you can stop me? Zhou Shen's voice was low and cold. The man screamed, kill him. The moment the order was given, the underlings sprang into action. Dozens of pistols whipped from their holsters, steel gleaming cold under the fluorescent light as every barrel leveled straight at Zhou Shen. His eyes flashed with an icy gleam that made even the seasoned guards hesitate. His face stayed calm, emotionless. He exhaled softly, a weary sigh that barely broke the silence. Then the first gunshot cracked through the air. Up in the roaring stands, the sound froze everyone mid-cheer. The crowd turned toward the noise, confusion rippling through the arena. Gunfire, someone whispered. It came from Zhou Shen's area. A security guard suddenly went flying, launched backward with terrifying force. His body slammed into the stands and rolled across the floor, groaning in agony. Shocked spectators stumbled back. What the hell was that? Part of the show? That is insane. He fell from up there. Panic swept through the audience. Beneath a hood in the shadows of the bleachers, a silver-haired girl's eyes widened. She murmured under her breath, did they switch the camera inside the control room? Her words barely left her lips before another violent crash echoed out. Zhou Shen drove his knee into a guard's face, the man's mouth collapsing in a mess of blood and broken teeth. Clutching the briefcase tight, Zhou Shen twisted and dodged between the flashes of gunfire, moving like a phantom through the chaos. One of the guards fired again, the black muzzle flashing with a burst of light. Zhou Shen's movements blurred. He slipped past the bullets, closed the distance in an instant, and grabbed the man's face. A brutal motion followed. The guard's body was hurled across the room, smashing clean through a concrete wall. Bricks exploded outward as dust and smoke swallowed the corridor. Shouts echoed below, frantic and disorderly. He is down there, after him, seal the exits, block every path. Boots thundered down the hallways as Zhou Shen stumbled into the shadows, breathing hard. Sweat streamed down his face. He still clutched the heavy briefcase, knuckles white, pain distorting his expression. Damn it, he hissed between ragged breaths. The pain. My heart, too much strain from the borrowed power. Blood spread across his wound, seeping through the fabric. Each step grew heavier. This is not good. If it keeps up, my body will. Before the thought finished, a hand shot out from the darkness, grabbing him and yanking him into a narrow passage. His eyes widened in shock. A girl in a hood pressed her palm over his mouth, signaling for silence. Outside, guards swarmed past, shouting, "Nothing here, check the next hallway." He probably slipped out the back, split up. When their footsteps faded, the girl finally released a shaky sigh. They are gone. It is safe now. Zhou Shen turned to her, blinking through the pain, and recognized the face beneath the hood. You are. The girl from earlier. She tilted her head slightly, voice steady but cautious. Save your breath. I know a secret tunnel that'll get you out safely. They moved quickly through a dim passage lined with steel pipes. The air was heavy, the atmosphere urgent. Keep straight through here, she said, pointing ahead. If we hurry, you will make it out before they surround the area. Go now. Zhou Shen hesitated, lowering his mask, voice low and hoarse. Go, she urged sharply. He nodded and ran, then turned once more at the mouth of the tunnel. Thank you, he said softly. The girl stood under the faint purple glow of a street lamp, watching his retreating figure disappear into the darkness. Slowly, she lifted a hand to her ear and activated a comm device. Hello, it is me. The voice on the other end came sharp, reproachful. Lannan, do not tell me you went to Haishui district again. Lannan brushed it aside, speaking quickly. Sister Shaw, we will talk about that later. I need to speak to Grandpa. I have found something unusual here. The scene shifted abruptly. A door slammed shut, glass shattering in the dark. Inside a dim, tense room, Zhou Shen collapsed to the floor with the briefcase beside him. He clutched his chest, gasping, sweat soaking his clothes. My heart. I can't take it anymore. Pain tore through him like a storm. His eyes turned bloodshot. His jaw locked, teeth grinding together. Damn it. He snarled through the agony before his body went limp, collapsing onto the cold stone floor. The curtains fluttered with the night breeze, slicing through the suffocating silence. Then, within the dim space before him, a transparent system panel flickered to life. Status display. Energy level, Tier 2 Grade E. Ability, Borrowed Power. Level 1. Remaining wishes, 999. Outstanding debt this cycle, 5,000. Total debt remaining, 99,008,912. In the quiet hospital room, Zhou Shen's mother smiled faintly, her thin, pale face drained of color. I once told you this illness would get better after 2 or 3 years, she whispered weakly. I am sorry, I lied to you. Her trembling voice came through the phone speaker, each word piercing straight into his heart. The truth was, her condition would not improve in 2 or 3 years. She only had 2 or 3 years left to live. I just wanted to see you again, she murmured. To see you get married, have children, grow old. To touch your face one more time. Her fading voice left behind a suffocating silence that crushed Zhou Shen's chest. I am sorry I can't walk beside you any longer. I love you, my son. I love you so, so much. The white hospital sheet covered her motionless body. Zhou Shen's mother had passed away, her body cold, her soul gone. Zhou Shen's eyes quivered as tears streamed endlessly down his cheeks. His empty, trembling gaze stared into the void. Then, suddenly, he jolted awake from the nightmare. His mind was blank, his chest tight as though it would burst apart. The lingering fear and despair were still etched across his face. He stared up at the ceiling. The dim morning light filtered into the cold, empty room. He pushed himself upright, the early sunlight spilling across his familiar surroundings. The peaceful stillness felt almost unreal. This was his home. By the window, Zhou Shen sat quietly, staring at the vast blue sky as the wind brushed through his messy hair. I am still alive. He sank down to the floor, wiping the sweat from his face, eyes flickering with mixed emotions as his heart trembled with the echo of memory. That dream. It woke me up. It has been so long, and yet it still feels so real. Zhou Shen's eyes widened as a voice suddenly spoke up. Awake at last. But, Zhou Shen turned quickly toward the sound. Where have you been these past few days? The evil god materialized, his sinister eye glowing faintly, his rough voice dripping with an eerie, demonic timbre. I had matters to attend to elsewhere. As for you, when I returned, you were lying here unconscious. For 2 days your condition barely stabilized. I thought you were not going to make it. Care to explain? His tone hardened. Do not tell me that while I was gone, you went off to one of those blood-soaked zones where people slaughter each other. To bring down that monster, you must have overused the borrowed power, almost got yourself devoured by it, did not you? The evil god's eyes flared dangerously, his sharp fangs glinting under the cold light. HMPH, idiot. How many times have I told you not to use my power recklessly? You actually dared to draw on it behind my back. What if you would died, huh? Zhou Shen answered sheepishly, trying to deflect. I did not use it recklessly. I had no other choice. Do not be so harsh. The evil god snapped, voice rumbling like thunder. You think even if you die I can just bring you back whenever I please? You are dreaming. That last resurrection nearly drained me completely. If you die again, not even I can save you. You have already stared death in the face, should not you learn to value your second chance? Zhou Shen leaned back against the wall, his face shadowed with quiet contemplation. After a moment, he smiled faintly, his eyes deep and steady. Did not expect you to be the one lecturing me, but you are right, a second chance does not come easily. I should make the most of it. The evil god grunted but seemed satisfied. Good. Now, about that creature you mentioned, the half-human, half-beast thing with claws and fog breath. That does not sound like anything from this world. I do not know either, Zhou Shen admitted. Whatever it was, I am not going near that hellhole again. He gazed off into the distance, thoughts drifting to the girl he would met in Haishui district. Forget it, he told himself. No point overthinking. I should focus on leveling up first. At that thought, his eyes suddenly lit up as if remembering something urgent. That is right, the money. He rushed to the side and snapped open the suitcase. Inside lay neat stacks of crisp U.S. dollars, the golden light reflecting across the room like treasure gleaming in the sun. Zhou Shen clutched the suitcase tightly, his face lighting up with pure relief, as though a massive weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Thank God, he exhaled, the money's still here. The evil god narrowed his eyes, voice dripping with mockery. Pathetic. So this is what you have been running around for? Zhou Shen looked up with a satisfied grin, his eyes gleaming. You do not get it. With these 500 grand, at least until the end of the exchange program, I won't have to worry about debt anymore. I can finally focus on leveling up. He looked down at himself and sighed. But before going back to the academy, I need to deal with this wound on my stomach. The smaller cuts are healing fine, but this one's still nasty. Sitting in the middle of the room, Zhou Shen buried his face in his hands, muttering, gotta hit the hospital for treatment, then there is the academy's training sessions. And before that, I still need to drop by the bank to deposit the money. Damn, so much to do. The scene shifted. Zhou Shen was now at Tianlin Hospital, getting the remaining wounds checked. Inside the examination room, the doctor studied the injury closely before nodding. No major issues. The wound may have gone deep, but it is healing nicely. Just keep it clean and do not aggravate it again. Honestly, that kind of recovery speed is not something normal people can manage. You are a Yu practitioner, right? Zhou Shen scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, that is right. The doctor smiled cheerfully, holding up a brightly colored flyer. You practitioners get hurt all the time, huh? Lucky for you, the hospital's running a special promotion. Open a medical card today and you will get tons of future benefits. Zhou Shen immediately waved it off. No thanks, just prescribe me some regular meds. The doctor chuckled, fair enough. I will give you a bottle of special Xiao Yan healing elixir. Take it on schedule and you will be fine. Zhou Shen exhaled, furrowing his brow slightly. Good. Luckily that monster's tongue was not venomous. But just as he relaxed, his vision flickered slightly, and he rubbed his eyes. Why do they feel itchy? The doctor handed him the medicine bottle. Here you go. Take this and pay at the front desk. Zhou Shen accepted the bottle, but his expression shifted to surprise. The container was glowing faintly, emitting a soft, luminous light. His heart stirred with confusion. Doctor, he asked, what is with the light on this bottle? The doctor blinked, frowning. Light? What light? There is no light. That is just the standard Xiao Yan elixir for you practitioners. But Zhou Shen kept staring. The glow was unmistakable, pulsing even brighter now. Weird, he muttered under his breath. I can see it so clearly. This is not just eye strain. Am I the only one who can see it? Noticing Zhou Shen's unsettled look, the doctor's face grew more serious. Are you under too much stress? Hallucinations are not uncommon among you practitioners. If you want, we have a counseling service for mental health. You will even get a discount if you sign up today. Zhou Shen stayed silent, his expression darkening. On the shelf behind the doctor, every medicine bottle shimmered faintly with a mysterious green-blue light. Even the people around him, the nurses, patients, everyone seemed to emit the same strange glow. Zhou Shen walked out slowly, the corridor bustling with people. yet those eerie lights remained vivid before his eyes. He furrowed his brows, murmuring to himself, these lights. They're everywhere, even on people. Is it because I am a Yu practitioner? He raised his hand. A faint green light flowed along his palm, tracing the lines of his fingers, glowing softly. The difference between ordinary people and Yu practitioners. Is it the enhancement from energy essence? Could this glow be the manifestation of that essence? A memory flashed through his mind, the fierce battle from before. His eyes widened, so it was because of that. He clenched his fist, a confident smile spreading across his face. If that is true, then this is incredible. The key to leveling up lies in how efficiently a Yu practitioner absorbs essence. If I can actually see it, then I can absorb it faster. Lost in thought, he suddenly stopped walking. Up ahead in the hospital corridor, someone was approaching. As they passed each other, Zhou Shen's eyes caught the faint shimmer surrounding the man, an intense, radiant green energy wrapping around his entire body, emanating a powerful, crushing pressure. A bead of sweat slid down Zhou Shen's temple. Zhou Shen's eyes locked on the man, tension coiling tight in his chest like a spring. He thought to himself, this person's essence is not ordinary. The man, his hair tied back, glanced over his shoulder and murmured under his breath, HMPH. Felt like something just tightened down a moment ago, but there should not be any experts around here. A low, cutting voice crackled in his earpiece. What is up, you at the hospital already? Do not forget our mission, find the anomalous star. Do not get distracted. The man's tone relaxed as he answered, casual but authoritative. Relax. I do not do business trips just to kill time. I will be staying in this country a while, might as well look around and chat with our little princess. The voice in the earpiece remained icy. Good. According to his employer's orders, the anomalous star is a pivotal node, something that can change the course of history. Until they can confirm whether it is hostile, the safest approach is to get close first and adapt as required. The man pushed up his glasses. A confident smile spread across his face as he spoke slowly. Hey, bot, you worry too much. If that anomalous star turns out to be an enemy, I will take care of it myself. A sharp green light flashed in his eyes. A pressure like thunder rolled out from him and swallowed the corridor. That man was an Emir Tir Dujia. It was a bright, sunny day at Yu Jialai High School. The tall, sturdy building stood proudly under the clear blue sky. Inside the office, the principal sat sternly on the sofa, arms crossed, his voice laced with reproach. You have only been in the advanced class a few days. Do not answer calls, ignore messages, and even skip class. Care to explain? Standing before him, Zhou Shen's face was beaded with sweat. He thought to himself, I just got back and he has already caught me. News travels fast around here. He bowed his head slightly and spoke softly, I am sorry, something urgent came up at home. I did not have time to report to the school. I truly apologize. I will accept any punishment. The principal's tone softened. That is not what I meant. I just wanted to know if something unexpected happened. Zhou Shen shook his head. No, sir, nothing happened. The principal's expression eased a little. Worried I might think you changed your mind about the exchange competition. His gaze sharpened, voice steady and certain. No, I am not doubting your commitment. What I am worried about is whether you are having trouble and just too afraid to speak up. You are an outstanding Dujia. Even if you decide not to compete, the school will still fully support you. The purpose of this academy is to nurture exceptional Dujia. That will never change. I hope you understand that. Zhou Shen looked at him, carefully listening to every word. He slowly closed his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his face, and answered with conviction, Please do not worry, sir. I am fine. I will give my all in the exchange match and bring honor to our school. The principal exhaled softly and said in a calmer tone, Good. If there is nothing else, you should head back to class. Your classmates were so worried they even came here to ask about you. Zhou Shen froze for a moment, surprised. The scene shifted. A familiar voice called out, Zhou Shen. Two figures came running toward him. Shen Jiaxue threw an arm around Zhou Shen's shoulder, panting heavily as he scolded, Finally, you are back. You have been gone for days with no word. Where the hell did you go? Beside him, Tu Xiaoxia pursed her lips, her tone laced with concern. I even asked the teachers, but no one knew what happened to you. You scared me half to death. Zhou Shen gave an awkward smile and replied gently, Sorry, something came up at home. Suddenly, Shen Jiashui's eyes lit up as if he would just remembered something. Oh right, you mentioned wanting to buy a combat technique, did not you? He pulled out a bank card. His voice earnest. Xiao and I scraped together 300,000 yen. Take it first, pay us back whenever you can. Zhou Shen blinked, stunned. His heart stirred. I only mentioned that in passing. I did not think they would actually remember. He shook his head lightly, smiling as he refused. I changed my mind after that. The technique did not seem worth the price, so I decided not to buy it. But thank you both, really. Tu Xiaoxi's expression softened. That is too bad, but do not worry. You will find a better one soon. Just then, a deep voice sounded from behind. Zhou Shen. Ma Wenhao approached, looking slightly awkward. He held out a thick stack of bills and said hesitantly, I heard you might be short on money. I saved up 50,000, it is not much, but please do not mind. I owe you from last time. If you ever need help, just tell me. Zhou Shen was taken aback, waving his hands quickly. No, that is not necessary. I am not making anyone my servant. Tu Xiaoxia frowned, huffing, Ma Wenhao, why are you butting into our group's business, what is your angle? Ma Wenhao shook his hands nervously. No, it is not like that. He scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I just wanted to apologize to Zhou Shen. I used to think you got into the advanced class through connections, but after hearing what Teacher Chong said about you, I was completely convinced. You are the one who made me realize the gap between us. That is why I want to be your friend. Tu Xiaoxia leaned in playfully, whispering in Zhou Shen's ear, he is right, you are the first one to ever beat him. So, are you letting him join the team or not? Zhou Shen stammered awkwardly, I do not mind either way. Tu Xiaoxia grinned, raising her hand cheerfully. Alright then, if you are fine with being the fourth member, we will take you in. Ma Wenhao chuckled and nodded with conviction. Rank does not matter to me. Shen Jiashui laughed, cracking a joke. Well then, to celebrate our new member Xiao Ma, pour me a glass of water, will you? Ma Wenhao frowned and replied, you should be pouring water for Zhou Shen, not me. You are my defeated rival, remember? What? Shen Jiashui's eyes widened. You just joined the team and you are already turning on me. Zhou Shen looked at the three of them, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. All good friends, he thought. I am really lucky to still be alive, otherwise, I would not have met them. In the training room, the rhythmic hum of a treadmill filled the air, signaling the start of another session. Zhou Shen, dressed in workout clothes, jogged steadily, lost in thought. For a Du Jia, leveling up is simple, let the body absorb refined energy. The more you absorb, the higher your rank. It is like an experience bar in a game. Intense physical activity improves absorption efficiency, which is why most classes at the Du Jia Academy focus on physical training. Sweat rolled down his forehead, his expression serious. But this absorption thing, it is harder than I thought. He extended a hand slightly, feeling for the flow of energy, eyes sharp and focused. Even with the enhanced training gear on, my absorption rate is still too low. If the refined energy is not absorbed in time, it leaks out of the body little by little, such a waste. He kept running, thinking to himself, no wonder some people stay at level 1 their whole lives. At this rate, I definitely won't reach level 4 before the competition. I need to find a way to boost absorption efficiency. Just then, Shen Jiashui walked over with a grin. Free training's getting boring. Zhou Shen, how about we spar a bit, change up the mood? Zhou Shen turned to him. A spar, his face lit up, eyes flashing with realization. That is right, last time, it was during a real fight with that monster that I accidentally unlocked my ability to perceive refined energy. Maybe if I fight again. He looked back at Shen Jiashui, determination burning in his gaze. If we spar, I have an idea, something I want everyone's help with. The scene shifted to the arena. Bright overhead lights illuminated the floor as the sparring session began. Tu Xiaoxia stepped forward, her palm glowing with swirling hues of pink and violet energy. Cloud-piercing palm. At the same time, Shen Jiashui charged in, his fists flaring with a bright blue aura. Linked motion fist. The two moved in perfect coordination, their attacks combining seamlessly as they pressed Zhou Shen into a corner. But Zhou Shen dodged with ease, lightly redirecting their strikes with precise movements. Their coordination's improving fast, he thought. Almost there. After nearly an hour of continuous sparring, everyone was exhausted. Zhou Shen laughed lightly. That is enough. Let us rest. Thanks, everyone. Shen Jiaxue collapsed backward, supporting himself with his arms as he panted. Ha! I am dead tired. Tu Xiaoxi's face was flushed, her voice breathless but admiring. When you said you would take on both of us at once, I thought you were joking. I did not even touch you at first. Shen Jiaxue chuckled between breaths. Still, this method's great. No need to worry about winning or losing, we can just focus on giving it everything we have got. I even pulled off some moves I have not dared to try in ages. Nearby, Ma Wenhao clenched his fists, eyes burning with anticipation. Then it is my turn next, he said eagerly. I can't wait anymore. Watching his teammates talk and laugh with such energy, Zhou Shen nodded quietly to himself. Looks like I was right. In the heat of full-strength combat, the body's energy absorption rate skyrockets. With their solid foundations, if they can raise that efficiency even a little, their levels will shoot up in no time. His eyes flickered with uncertainty for a moment, then a bold, dangerous idea flashed through his mind. Now's the perfect time. The absorption rate is high. Maybe I can try that method. Normally, for safety, standard energy elixirs are diluted to an extremely low concentration. If someone's body is weak and their absorption rate is low, even drinking 1,000 vials wouldn't raise their rank. But from what I've observed, the borrowed power energy is at least 100 times more concentrated than those potions. With my current strength, taking it in directly would make me explode for sure. But if I can control the flow, keep it within what I can handle, then I might be able to turn this borrowed energy into my own permanently. If I want to level up quickly, then risking it once is worth it. A fierce light flickered in Zhou Shen's eyes. A surge of blue radiance erupted as he activated the borrowed power skill. His entire body became engulfed in a storm of volatile energy. Sweat rolled down his face, he was trembling, astonished by the overwhelming intensity of the power he'd borrowed. No wonder, he thought, this amount could push me up 2 whole ranks. The current of energy pulsed heavily, crackling like thunder. Zhou Shen focused intensely, trying to suppress and compress the flow as much as possible. After several tense seconds, his eyes lit up with delight. It worked. He slowly began to absorb the terrifying energy, his body glowing brighter as waves of power burst through him. Lightning-like arcs flashed all around, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Damn it, he hissed under his breath. I've been holding back as much as I can, but it's still too much. If this keeps up, I'll blow apart. At that critical moment, Zhou Shen gritted his teeth and raised his hand toward the ceiling. There was only one option left, release it. A massive blue beam of light shot upward, crashing into the ceiling with a deafening roar. The entire room was bathed in blinding light as an explosive surge of energy blasted in every direction. Zhou Shen stood at the eye of the storm, hand still raised, his friends below staring in utter shock at the cataclysmic scene. An earthquake? Someone gasped. No, look, Zhou Shen's ascending. Why is his energy suddenly going wild? The sudden burst of chaotic power caught the attention of the evil god, who instantly emerged from the void. Dark mist coiled around him as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Shen. What's happening here? He demanded. I sense a powerful force. Seeing the roaring tide of blue lightning energy wrapping around Zhou Shen, the evil god's expression twisted in disbelief. You dare absorb my energy? Zhou Shen's aura flared violently as he met the god's gaze. Yeah, he answered, his voice steady but charged with intensity. I tried controlling the portion of your power that I could handle. Luckily, it worked. The evil god's eyes widened, his voice trembling with astonishment. To absorb my energy and live, could it be? You truly are the one destined to inherit my fate? Hearing Ta Than's faint whisper, Zhou Shen tilted his head in curiosity. Just now. What did you say, bot? Ta Than's deep, hoarse voice echoed. Nothing. As long as you are still alive, that is enough. Principal Zhang hurried in, eyes wide with alarm as he surveyed the group of students. His voice was tense and insistent. What is going on? What happened? Are you all okay? Tu Xiaoxia quickly responded. It is fine, it is Zhou Shen. Shen Jiaxue added an explanation. We had just finished training and were resting when Zhou Shen suddenly became like this. Principal Zhang frowned, astonished at the intense refined energy still radiating throughout the room. He gasped loudly, "Why is the energy output so strong? Could it really be?" Wenhao, quickly, bring the measurement device. The device lit up, displaying a bright number 3 in vibrant blue. Principal Zhang was stunned, almost shouting in disbelief. "Level 3, I am not seeing this wrong, am I?" He hurriedly ran off to report the news. Ho Hai called out loudly, "This is the first time someone at our school has reached level 3. I have to inform the headmaster immediately." Tu Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "How did you level up like that? Teach me, quick." Zhou Shen scratched his head and smiled faintly. "Ah, just the usual training. If you all train hard enough, you will level up soon too." Inside, he felt a flicker of surprise. He had not expected such a commotion. "Next time, I guess I will only try this at home," Shen Jiaxue remarked. "No wonder I felt so powerful after the sparring." Tu Xiaoxia clenched her fists, excitement radiating from her. "So if we spar more, we can level up like you." Ma Wenhao eagerly chimed in. "Then let us train even harder. I am next." The students eagerly scrambled to continue their practice. "Let me take the defensive position first. It should be my turn." Zhou Shen leaned back, a hint of curiosity in his tone as he glanced at Ta Than. "By the way, you are not scolding me this time." Ta Than's lips curled into a strange grin, revealing sharp teeth. His hoarse voice rumbled. "I have forgotten. If it is just to level up quickly, I won't say a word. After all, I need you to grow stronger." Zhou Shen leaned back further, hands behind his head, a faint confident smile on his lips. Calmly, he said, "Do not worry. I have still got plenty of refined energy stored up. Once my body fully absorbs it, I can level up to 4. Ta then hovered silently in the air, one red eye half closed, saying nothing. The calendar displayed May 12, 2026. 55 days remained until the inter-school exchange tournament. Zhou Shen and his friends continued their relentless training day after day, striving to become as strong as possible. Time slowly passed. Finally, the day of the inter-school exchange arrived on May 6, 2026. The vast scene of the exchange arena unfolded. The chatter from the stands was lively, eyes all fixed on the floor. A cheer erupted from the seats. "Wow, so many people." Tu Xiaoxia stood on the large stage, eyes shining and heart stirred with emotion. "I can't believe I am really standing here. If my mom saw me, she would probably cry from happiness." Shen Jiaxue glanced around and said slowly, "I heard this year there are even more students participating than before." Ma Wenhao looked at Zhou Shen with a serious gaze. "Zhou Shen, are you ready for level 4? Level 4 is on a whole different level from 3. Zhou Shen smiled slightly, eyes full of determination. "Do not worry. The principal said it does not matter whether we win or lose. I will only back out if it gets dangerous." The group paused at a fork in the stadium. Ma Wenhao turned to Zhou Shen. "The resting areas for level 3 and 4 are separate. We will have to part ways here." Shen Jiaxue quickly added, "If we finish early, we will come cheer for you." Tu Xiaoxia clenched her fists and smiled brightly. "Do your best." Zhou Shen nodded slightly, returning the smile. "I will be cheering for you all too." Zhou Shen raised his hand to bid farewell to his classmates, a surge of determination filling his chest. Finally, the moment had arrived. Walking alone down the hallway, he clenched his fists tightly and gave a faint smile, silently telling himself, "All right, time to prepare." The scene shifted to the VIP stands, a space both luxurious and serene. The principal smiled, looking around with a sense of wonder. "This is the first time I have been up in the VIP section," he said cheerfully. Principal Zhang replied casually, "Well, until now our school has only participated in level 2 competitions. We have never received treatment like this." From a distance, a man in a white and blue suit waved, his smile radiant. He spoke warmly, "Greetings, Lao Ho." The principal immediately responded, excitement evident in his voice. "Lao Wang." The two stepped forward and shook hands firmly. Principal Wang spoke with delight, "Congratulations, I did not expect that in such a short time. You have trained students up to level 3 and 4. Principal Ho smiled modestly, "Not at all. All credit goes to the students' own effort. I have only tried to meet their needs." "Thankfully, Lao Wang, you informed us promptly about the rule changes." The two principals stood together, eyes fixed on the arena below. Wang spoke slowly, "With these rule reforms, The Central Committee plans to increase funding for the winning school. To claim that grant, the competition will surely be fierce. Ho nodded in agreement. Exactly. From afar, a group of well-dressed individuals entered, their presence imposing. One of them scoffed, "No wonder it is so noisy. So these are the country bumpkins coming here for the first time." Ho quietly turned his gaze behind him and stepped forward, his voice lowering with seriousness. "What did you just say?" Wang hurriedly intervened. "Hey, Lao Ho, calm down. These are the principals of the top schools, better not cause trouble." Ho smirked, eyes sharp with challenge. HMPH. Just a little victory. The match has not even started. Who wins or loses is not certain yet. Standing in the center was the principal of Shuo Guan Academy, Li Quat, the reigning champion of the last inter-school tournament. He smiled coldly, his gaze arrogant. HMPH, the more a dog thinks of its own strength, the more it bristles. Enjoy this moment, it may be the last chance you will get. In the waiting room, Ho sat with legs crossed, chin propped on his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face, muttering to himself. Beside him, Zhang leaned forward with concern. "Principal, this is our school's first time in such a high-level competition. Are the students going to be okay?" Ho glanced at him, voice low. "Xiao Zhang, what do you think of our students?" Zhang looked briefly surprised, then answered seriously, I think they are all very talented, especially Zhou Shen. His aptitude rivals even the top students who rely on potions every day." Ho nodded slightly, eyes lighting up with trust. "Then that is right. The only thing we need to do is believe in them." Below the stands, Lu Diandian held up the banner for Dujia Lai Academy, her heart fluttering nervously. "It is my first time here. I hope Zhou Shen is all right." She bowed her head slightly, eyes downcast, feeling a wave of emotion. A week earlier, Lu Diandian had been walking down the school hallway, clutching a stack of documents. It has been so long since Zhou Shen was transferred to the selected class. I have not seen him in ages. I wonder how he is now. She lowered her eyes, a fleeting sadness crossing her face. But now he was the school's rising star, even representing the academy in a level 4 competition. Surely he would not bother talking to an ordinary class student like her. Suddenly, she stumbled on a step, her foot slipping. She let out a startled cry, body pitching forward. Fortunately, a strong arm caught her just in time. Looking up, Lu Diandian's eyes widened in surprise as she saw a familiar face. Zhou Shen smiled gently. "President Lu, are you okay?" Lu Diandian quickly said, "Zhou Shen, thank you for helping me, but why are you here?" Zhou Shen replied nonchalantly, "I just happened to pass by and saw you, so I came to say hello." Clutching her stack of documents tightly, Lu Diandian hesitated before confessing, I thought that ever since you transferred to the selected class, you did not want to be friends with me anymore." Zhou Shen let out a light laugh, warmth shining in his eyes. "What are you saying? A friend is a friend forever. How could that change just because of different statuses?" In that moment, Lu Diandian's eyes lit up, and a gentle smile spread across her lips. Indeed, Zhou Shen was still the same as before, unchanged. He would definitely succeed. Back in the present, the announcement echoed over the loudspeakers in the arena. Representatives from each school were called onto the stage. The crowd buzzed, shouting excitedly. "Look, is that really Zhou Shen?" The doors to the competition hall swung open, and Zhou Shen stepped out, calm and composed, his gaze firm and resolute. His figure merged with the brilliant lights of the arena floor. Lu Diandian thought to herself, he is on the stage already. Zhou Shen's current information flashed before her eyes. His spiritual energy level had risen from E rank 2 to E rank B. He had level 1 borrowed force ability, 999 remaining Ta than wishes, and 0 remaining Ta than rewards. His total debt still stood at 99,080, 1912. In the vast stadium, the lights blazed brilliantly, and the speakers echoed across the stands. The host took the stage with a solemn voice. "Greetings to our esteemed guests, beloved teachers, and all students present today." On stage, 2 MCs dressed in formal attire, brimming with energy, raised their hands to greet the audience. The male mix spoke clearly, "Welcome everyone to the Regional Exchange Grand Tournament." With enthusiasm, he continued, "This event will be hosted by myself and my colleague, Lillian." In the stands, the crowd of students erupted with excitement at the familiar name. One boy exclaimed in astonishment. Lillian, is not she the most famous idol right now? Another added, amazed. She is really the Mick for this tournament. Even though she was not in her idol outfit, she was irresistibly charming. Lillian smiled brightly, striking a confident pose, her eyes sparkling with professionalism. Today, I am not your idol Lillian, but Mick Lillian, working seriously. You are the real stars of this competition. The cheers grew louder, the atmosphere more explosive than ever. The MCS proceeded to explain the rules. Next, I will outline the tournament regulations. This year, 12 academies are participating, each sending 4 representatives. The Level 4 group has 16 competitors, and the Level 3 group has 32. However, this stadium is designated for the Level 4 group only. Those wishing to watch Level 3 matches should follow the signs to the other arena. The competitors gathered in the center of the arena, their gazes serious. From above, the MCS continued the announcements. Scores for both Level 3 and Level 4 groups will be tallied, and final rankings will be based on cumulative points. The tournament follows a single elimination format, with 2 competitors per match. Winners advance, facing each other until a champion is determined. To encourage full effort, each match is limited to 30 minutes. A match ends either when a competitor can no longer fight or concedes. We hope everyone can display their full strength. Lillian stepped forward, voice filled with excitement, signaling for the audience's attention. She smiled brightly. Although this year's rules are stricter, do not worry too much. She raised her hand high. Please, everyone, look up here. A commanding figure slowly emerged, drawing the crowd's gaze to the stage. Whispers rippled through the audience. Huh, that is Master Bai Yu. Is this real? I have only seen him on TV. Indeed, it was Bai Yu, an S-rank healer. He raised a single finger in a simple yet imposing gesture. The arena floor trembled violently, resonating with a deep, heavy hum. Nearby competitors instinctively stepped back, shocked. The crowd gasped in awe. It was truly the work of a master. Just one move had shaken the ground. The Mick explained excitedly, this is a special arena prepared exclusively by the master for today's tournament. Protective barriers have been set up, so spectators need not fear the aftershocks. Any damaged equipment will be repaired immediately. Everyone may fight freely and enjoy the battle. He continued in a clear, commanding tone. Finally, the gemstone each competitor must carry is not only proof of participation but also protects you at the most critical moments. A student witnessing the spectacle gasped, my goodness, one move created the entire arena. Is this really S-rank power? Another inhaled sharply, eyes trembling. Only seeing it firsthand could one grasp the true magnitude. Zhou Shen stood quietly, eyes sharp and serious, thinking to himself, they say S-rank strength is godlike. But I did not expect it to be this terrifying. Zhou Shen cast a glance at Ta Shen, his eyes tinged with boredom, letting out a long, thoughtful sigh. Yet, Ta Shen showed no trace of tension at all, and somehow, even the weight of pressure within Zhou Shen seemed to vanish completely. Behind Ta Shen, a lazy voice muttered drowsily, so sleepy. Really want to sleep some more. Lillian enthusiastically raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with confidence, her voice ringing clear and commanding. The results of each match will be recorded in the gemstones, she declared boldly, her expression radiant with excitement. With that, the Regional Exchange Grand Tournament officially began. The round of 16 first match, Wang Lu from West Yan Academy versus Qi Ran from Lam Ji Academy. Both competitors were ready, their determination evident, setting the stands abuzz with anticipation. The opening clash erupted immediately, their movements lightning fast, igniting the arena with energy. The crowd roared, the sound reverberating throughout. Wow, the opening match is already this intense, the referee's voice boomed. Qi Ran launched a ferocious attack like a raging storm, ending the match decisively. It lasted exactly 17 minutes. The male Mick's voice rang out clearly, let us proceed to the second match. In the observation room, the two headmasters watched the screens intently, their expressions solemn. Headmaster Ho spoke gravely, I did not expect we would be able to bring in an S-rank master as support. This year's tournament will be exceptionally tense and ruthless. Headmaster Wang nodded quietly, his voice calm yet sharp. The gap between Level 4 and Level 3 is enormous. Level 4 can fully unleash the power of combat skills. He continued analyzing, moreover, these academies are extremely wealthy. Acquiring even level C combat skills is no challenge for them. He added with a measured, almost sarcastic tone, they rely on massive sponsorships, sparing no expense to provide their competitors with the best skills and elixirs, which is why they frequently secure the runner-up positions. His gaze flicked toward Li Kuat's group, emphasizing, this is also why they act arrogantly, looking down on everyone else. One of them tried to flatter, Headmaster Li, we hope for your consideration this year. Another interjected, we also hope your academy can show some leniency. Headmaster Wang smiled faintly, voice sharp, but this year's situation will be very different. The mix announcement rang out. Fifth match, Lam Tan from Van Ho Academy versus Li Jie from West Yan Academy. This is sure to be an extraordinary battle. Lam Tan leapt forward, her movements fluid and almost hypnotic, effortlessly evading her opponent's powerful strikes. The Mick exclaimed in astonishment. Lam Tan is using a mesmerizing agility technique, moving so nimbly it is as if she is toying with her opponent, but mere evasion won't secure victory. What method would Lam Tan use to claim the win? She smiled coldly, her eyes blazing, her right hand glowing with deep purple energy. This is enough preparation, she thought. Her opponent, Li Jie, was horrified as the strange energy enveloped him, his entire body trembling. The commentator shouted with excitement, this is a heterokinetic combat skill. Lam Tan is the first level 4 competitor in history to wield such a skill. Li Jie gritted his teeth, struggling to break free from the binding energy, but his body stiffened further, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it! I can't escape, he cried. From the stands, the Mix's voice continued clearly, narrating the intense scene. Li Jie's reactions showed just how dangerous and threatening this ability truly was. Lam Tan swiftly closed in, lowering her gaze coolly, and uttered, stop troubling me. She unleashed a blindingly fast strike, sending Li Jie sprawling onto the arena floor. The Mick announced the result crisply. In just 5 minutes, Lam Tan had secured a decisive victory, using her control skill to dominate and finish the fight efficiently. The audience buzzed, their eyes wide with astonishment. One person shouted, is this magic, controlling the opponent and attacking at will? She really is unbeatable. The commentary and crowd discussion swelled together in a wave of excitement. The audience's reactions were equally frenzied. Could it be that this year's championship would see the emergence of a true wildcard? In the observation room, Headmaster Ho's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to hide his surprise. He had not expected heterokinesis, the rare ability that typically only awakens in students ranked B or higher. Headmaster Wang nodded slightly, his gaze sharp. That is right. This child is one of the few students with the potential to awaken heterokinesis early. Such talent is extremely rare, practically a once-in-a-millennium gift. Before them stood O Vu, the headmaster of Changshan Academy, whose school had been the runner-up in the previous tournament. His eyes glinted sharply as he sneered. So what? Early awakening potential is nothing to boast about. Headmaster Wang's tone remained calm, yet carried a hidden sharpness. If you think that, then why did you previously spend a fortune trying to lure students from Van Ho Academy to your school? Lam Tan already told me about you, and not without plenty of venomous commentary. O Vu clenched his fists in anger, his voice grating as he yelled, you. Li Kuat, standing nearby, responded coldly, his aura icy. Very well. It is only early awakening, after all. Before anyone could react further, the Mick announced the next match. The sixth match, Wang Zha from Thuok Kwang Academy vs. The Mick's voice faltered in shock, tinged with embarrassment. What just happened? Wang Zha strode onto the stage, his body taut and imposing, stepping over his opponent with unflinching confidence. The Mick stammered, already. Finished in 5 seconds. A single strike, just one move had defeated the opponent. The Mick, stunned, narrated the match in disbelief. As soon as the opponent attacked, Wang Zha countered and ended the match in an instant. This was the power of Thuok Kwang Academy, champions 3 times in a row. In the stands, students whispered excitedly, shouting in awe. One exclaimed, one strike and it is over, incredible. Another nodded. Only Thuok Kwang Academy could pull off something like this. It seemed that this year, the championship would be snatched by Thuok Kwang once again. Wang Zha stood in the middle of the arena, a faint, disdainful smile on his lips, his voice indifferent. Looks like no opponent this year is worth my time so boring. In the observation room, Ovu beamed, his body practically vibrating with excitement. No wonder these students, personally trained by Headmaster Lee, are leagues ahead in basic combat skills. Sitting beside him, Headmaster Lee Ji smiled faintly, his expression calm, as though he had anticipated the outcome. Raising his head, his gaze sharpened like a blade, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I have said it before, the louder the dog thinks it has skill, the more it barks. Headmaster Wang straightened, his eyes filled with resolve, his tone cold and low. We will see about that. Headmaster Ho beside him shook his head, sighing softly. We can't intervene in this match at all. He furrowed his brow, sweat rolling down his temple, thinking, with the strength of Lai Academy, just qualifying for the tournament was already fortunate. If Zhou Shen could win even one match or at the very least, deliver a standout performance, it would be considered a major victory. The announcement echoed across the stadium. The seventh match had concluded, with the victory going to the representative from Baksu Academy. The match lasted 20 minutes. Immediately afterward, the match cheerfully continued. Everyone, take a short break, because the next match will be the final showdown for the level 4 group. In the hallway, Zhou Shen warmed up, stretching and spinning, his expression focused. So it is finally the last match. I wonder who my opponent will be. A lazy voice echoed, does not matter who it is, why do not you borrow my strength and end the match quickly? Zhou Shen frowned slightly. Thinking silently, at his current level, the highest any student can reach is level 4. Borrowing power to push into level 5 would be far too conspicuous. If investigated, it would be a huge problem. Lam Tan appeared at the doorway, arms crossed, eyes narrowing as she looked at Zhou Shen. Looks like you are unlucky, having to fight in the final match. Zhou Shen tilted his head, his gaze questioning. You fought just before me, he asked sharply. Lam Tan replied, your next opponent is Lei Yu, from Changshan Academy. He is considered the strongest contender for this year's championship. She continued, explaining, his signature skill, Lightning Strike Assault, is devastating when unleashed at full power. Even level D students would struggle to withstand it. Zhou Shen flinched slightly. Using such a powerful skill in a lower tier match is not that unfair. Lam Tan's expression remained calm. The gemstone you carry can block one fatal blow, but your body will undoubtedly suffer serious damage. That is the brutal reality of inter-academy combat. Zhou Shen slightly lowered his head, his gaze softening. Thank you for the warning. But why are you helping me? Lam Tan gave a fleeting smile, lightly crossing her arms over her chest. Our headmasters have been old friends, so you could consider me your ally. We share a common goal to break the monopoly of the families that dominate the number 1 position. She waved her hand gently, her eyes calm yet resolute. At first, I hoped you could play the role of an ally, at least lending us some support. But if your opponent is Lei Yu, then there is no other way. All I ask is that you help drain some of his energy. That is enough. Do your best and fight well. Zhou Shen narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, is Lei Yu really that formidable? The scene shifted as Zhou Shen slowly stepped onto the arena, the mixed voice booming across the stadium. The final match of the first round is about to begin. The crowd's anticipation reached a fever pitch. Cheers erupted, fans leapt to their feet, faces alight with excitement. Finally, the moment has come. This last match will surely be extraordinary, impossible to miss. A group of excited students waved their arms, their voices echoing across the stands. I did not expect him to be chosen as the main event. This is really pushing the excitement to the extreme. The stadium speakers thundered, let us welcome the main event competitor, stepping onto the stage now. Zhou Shen looked up in surprise. I was not expecting such a warm welcome for myself. The mixed voice rang out clearly. That person is none other than Lei Yu. Zhou Shen froze for a moment, a slight twitch at the corner of his lips betraying his reaction. So it is not me being called out first. Lei Yu leapt directly onto the arena, a blazing golden aura tearing through the air, striking the floor with a thunderous impact that shook the entire stadium. The students erupted into frenzied cheers, raising their hands in excitement. As the dust cleared, Lei Yu's golden hair shone brilliantly, and the sheer intensity of his presence radiated like a storm about to break. On the opposite side, Zhou Shen remained silent, spinning gracefully, his cold eyes glinting with lethal intent. Calm and collected, yet the aura around him steadily intensified, spreading a quiet but powerful pressure across the arena. The final match was about to begin, with a dazzling entrance from Lei Yu, the representative from Zhongshan Academy. The commentator's voice rang out clearly. Unexpectedly, the last match has been entrusted to Lei Yu from Zhongshan. Rumor has it that he became a prodigy at the age of 12, reaching level 4 in just 4 years. On top of that, he has won national certificates and received invitations from the Guild of True Genius of the New Era. The stadium erupted, the crowd shouting in unison. Lei Yu, Lei Yu. Female cheerleaders were equally ecstatic, raising their cheering tools high and screaming at the top of their lungs. Louis Dian's eyes widened at the overwhelming support for Lei Yu, a flicker of unease crossing her heart. She muttered softly, they even have their own cheerleaders. And yet no one is cheering for Zhou Shen. One of Lei Yu's female fans confidently looked down at her, eyes shining with pride, a teasing smile on her lips. Of course, our Lei Yu is both handsome and strong. Anyone who is not a fan is clearly blind. And as for that other guy, just looking at him, you can tell he is arrogant and annoying. Who would like him? Louis Dian gritted her teeth, cheeks flushing with anger, and retorted fiercely. Who says Zhou Shen does not have fans? I am a fan of Zhou Shen. He is gentle yet strong. And that Lei Yu. Just looking at him, you can tell he is all show and no substance. The Lei Yu fan leapt from her seat, face fiery with indignation, shouting, "What? You dare insult our Lei Yu?" Louis Dian shot back without hesitation, glaring at her, making it clear she was not intimidated. The two stared each other down, sparks practically flying in the air, the tension around them thick enough to cut. After a tense moment, Lei Yu's cheerleader shouted loudly, her voice echoing through the stadium, "Go, Lei Yu." Louis Dian, standing nearby, shouted just as loudly, refusing to be outdone. Neither side would yield. Nearby, students from Duzhilai Academy watched in astonishment. One whispered, "I have never seen our class president get this worked up. What is going on?" Another shrugged, equally confused. The stadium buzzed with cheers, and the commentators' excitement rose in tandem. The crowd's roar was unrelenting. Everyone was eager to see how this genius would perform, wondering if he could shake the long-standing dominance of Zhoguang Academy. Alright, with such fervent cheering, the final match is officially starting. At that moment, the female Mick, Lilan, quickly raised her hand to interrupt her colleague. "Senior, it seems you forgot to introduce one competitor." The male Mick jumped, startled, then awkwardly laughed. "Ah, I got carried away by the crowd's excitement and completely forgot. My apologies." His face reddened slightly as he cleared his throat and bowed. "Now, let me formally introduce." His voice turned serious, drawing everyone's attention to the arena where Zhou Shen was standing. The commentator continued, "Facing Lei Yu is Zhou Shen from Duzhilai Academy." Zhou Shen blinked slightly, responding with a hint of hesitation. His past achievements were non-existent, and he had no signature combat techniques. This was Duzhilai's first time participating in the competition. He forced a smile, inwardly thinking, "I probably should have bought a combat skill beforehand. That would have been smarter." Murmurs rippled through the stadium. It is their first time participating, no wonder there is no impression. A school like that. Even raising a level 4 student must have drained all their resources. No combat skills either, what kind of fight can they even put up? We were expecting to see Lei Yu's signature moves in the final match. Hearing the commentator's introduction, Lei Yu's female fan leaned over Louis Dian's chair, laughing mockingly. "Ha ha, so you guys are here for the first time, huh?" Lou Dian frowned, her face showing clear irritation. In the VIP lounge, OU laughed heartily, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Ha ha ha, I did not expect you would run into Lei Yu from my academy on your very first time here. Seeing you leave empty-handed already makes me feel a bit embarrassed on your behalf." Hearing the taunt, Teacher Ho placed a hand on his forehead, sweat dotting his face as he tried to regain his composure. Beside him, Teacher Wang rested a reassuring hand on Ho's shoulder. "Forget it. There is always a first time for everything." Lei Yu strode onto the arena, one hand casually draped over his shoulder, his arrogant gaze flicking sideways as he smirked. "You must be Zhou Shen, right? I hear this is your academy's first time participating. It must have taken a lot of effort to reach level 4, and now on your very first match, you meet me. Tough luck." He looked at Zhou Shen confidently. You should understand being a prodigy comes with expectations you can't always control. I sympathize, but I won't be yielding this victory to you. Zhou Shen replied calmly, no need. Let us just fight normally. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the arena as the floor trembled from a powerful stomp. In an instant, Lei Yu had closed the distance to Zhou Shen, a self-satisfied grin on his face. Fine then. I will just use a portion of my strength as a warm-up, he said mockingly, patting Zhou Shen on the shoulder. This way, your first match still has a bit of resistance, at least losing with some dignity. Then, in a blink, Lei Yu turned back to his original position, his tone casual. Make sure you make the most of the opportunity. Zhou Shen's expression remained composed, replying quietly, no, I said we fight normally. The commentator shouted in surprise at Lei Yu's astonishing maneuver. What is going on? Lei Yu appeared beside Zhou Shen in an instant, then instantly created distance again. Could it be he could not resist wanting to test him immediately? Excitement laced his voice as he continued. All right, then, without further delay, I officially declare the final match of round 1 underway. No sooner had the Mac finished speaking than the arena trembled violently. Dust and debris flew into the air as fragments of stone shattered, and a swirling gust of wind swept across, giving the impression the entire stadium might explode. With a roar of wind, Lei Yu surged forward like an arrow. His arrogant smile was clearly visible, his arm swinging a powerful punch with terrifying speed, exuding an aura of lethal intent. His fist was mere inches from Zhou Shen's face, yet Zhou Shen's gaze remained calm, his expression completely unshaken. Despite the sheer force of the approaching strike, he lightly stepped back, dodging the attack effortlessly. One punch was immediately followed by another, then another. Lei Yu's speed was so extreme that afterimages formed, his figure flickering in and out around Zhou Shen. Yet still, Zhou Shen evaded each strike with remarkable ease, his face betraying not the slightest flicker of doubt or fear. The male Mac exclaimed in shock, eyes wide. Good heavens, is this some kind of special combat skill? He continued analyzing the match. Lei Yu seems to have multiplied himself not just 2 or 3 copies, but more surrounding Zhou Shen as if multiple opponents were attacking at once. Could all of this just be afterimages from his incredible speed? The commentator speculated, eyes gleaming. From the very first strike, his agility is astounding. This championship is going to be thrilling. In the stands, Lam Tan observed quietly, her sharp gaze fixed on the arena. She said coldly, HMPH. Lei Yu is indeed formidable. Wang Zha quietly watched from above, silent, his face shadowed in contemplation. Back in the VIP lounge, OU smiled proudly to himself. HMPH, Lei Yu's strength is far more than this. Back then, I spent considerable effort finding a prodigy like him. No one at this level is his match. Returning to the arena, Lei Yu surged forward, creating multiple afterimages, his eyes brimming with disdain. Why are not you moving at all? Even a fraction of my speed can't keep up, he said, tilting his head with a hint of arrogance. Zhou Shen remained motionless, unfazed. Lei Yu smirked, lowering his gaze to him. I guess only someone like Wang Zha could be a worthy opponent. This might be a bit difficult for you. Lei Yu leapt high into the air, his figure splitting into multiple afterimages, preparing a powerful downward strike from above. Well then, goodbye, he said, his voice dripping with confidence. Zhou Shen lifted his head, calm and disdainful. Still feel like hopping around. Lei Yu's golden eyes suddenly widened in shock, his pupils trembling as he sensed something completely unexpected. A surge of energy exploded outward as Zhou Shen launched a lightning-fast counterpunch, striking upward. The impact sent Lei Yu flying backward, blood spraying into the air. The sudden display of raw power shook the entire arena, leaving the audience stunned. Li and the male Mac were equally flabbergasted, exclaiming in unison. In the stands, Lam Tan and Wang Za's expressions turned serious, their eyes sharpening as they focused intently on the arena. Even on the other side, Lu Diandian and Lei Yu's fans were left wide-eyed and speechless. Lei Yu had been caught off guard by Zhou Shen's punch, his front teeth shattered, his face twisted in pain, and his body was flung violently to one side. The male Mac's voice trembled in disbelief. What just happened? In an instant, Zhou Shen's punch had effortlessly countered Lei Yu's attack. Considering Lei Yu's incredible speed, dodging that strike should not have been difficult, so was it an oversight or deliberate? The crowd erupted in anger, shouting and scolding. How dare he hit Lei Yu's face? That is outrageous. How could anyone land a hit on Lei Yu? It must be in Jian. Zhou Shen, hearing the commotion, showed a faintly annoyed expression but thought silently. He was not attacking, so I struck first. Surely there are not many hidden rules in this match anyway. Teacher Wang laughed heartily, slapping his colleague on the shoulder with pride and excitement. Wow, that punch was incredible. Your student is truly unpredictable. Meanwhile, OU seethed with rage, glaring at Teacher Ho. Impossible. At level 4, no one should be faster than Lei Yu. Schools like yours could not possibly train a fighter like him. Surely he had someone else fight for him. Teacher Ho remained calm, his eyes sharp and icy as he responded with a faint smirk. If someone else were fighting, do you think the senior exam panel would not have noticed, or do you think you are smarter than them? OU clenched his teeth, seething, his voice trembling with fury. Li Quat, standing nearby with a commanding presence, exuded an overwhelming aura as he coldly remarked, "Enough noise, this is getting ridiculous. The match is not over yet." Meanwhile, Lei Yu, clad in his yellow and black uniform, lay sprawled on the cracked, dust-filled arena floor, one hand supporting himself. Sweat and dirt drenched his body. It was clear he was preparing to get serious for the fight. The mix announcement echoed throughout the arena. The final match of the round of 16 was about to begin. "Your victory," a sudden shout rang out from behind. "Wait." Lei Yu trembled but forced himself to stand, his hoarse voice filled with determination. "I have not lost yet." The male mech shouted in shock, shaking the entire stadium. "He is up." Lei Yu is back on his feet. The match continues. Electric sparks flared around Lei Yu's body, his eyes blazing with fierce intensity. "Using only a fraction of my power against you was already underestimating you. From now on, I won't hold back." A roar of fury erupted as golden lightning radiated from his entire body, blinding the audience with its brilliance. "My lightning force can no longer be restrained." Ha! Thunder crackled violently around him like a raging beast, reverberating across the arena, creating a suffocating pressure. "Let my lightning strike shake this arena." Zhou Shen lifted his head, his hair fluttering in the radiant light, eyes serious as he faced the unbelievable force surging toward him. The power was overwhelming. A sharp bolt of golden lightning tore through the air at terrifying speed, causing Zhou Shen to flinch instinctively. The massive spark exploded violently right in front of him, illuminating his face with a blinding golden glow, highlighting his wide-eyed shock. Witnessing the incredible speed and the crisscrossing web of lightning covering the arena, the male mech's voice rang out in awe. Lei Yu is using the arena's protective shield to continuously accelerate. Is that his plan? The stands erupted as the mech shouted excitedly. Lei Yu's signature technique. Mech Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. So beautiful. Lei Yu smirked coldly, electricity crackling around the corners of his mouth, his voice full of provocative energy. HMPH, not done yet. With a deafening roar, Lei Yu surged forward, his technique exploding alongside the violent thunder. Lightning-piercing fists surged toward Zhou Shen, but in that instant, a calm, unexpected punch struck squarely into his face, sending blood spraying. Zhou Shen remained steadfast, his body exuding resolute energy. From his arm, a burst of golden light flung Lei Yu far backward. Turning sharply, Zhou Shen's eyes glinted with cold determination as his steady voice carried across the arena. "You should have attacked sooner, before I had a chance to adapt to your speed." Zhou Shen's point was clear. Lei Yu had been showboating too much with all his flashy moves. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The mech shouted with extreme excitement as Lei Yu was sent flying once again. Watching Lei Yu collapse onto the arena floor, the male mech announced in a tense voice, Lei Yu's battle stone had turned red. This meant he had completely lost his ability to fight. The mech gripped the microphone tightly and declared the result in rapid-fire tones. Thus, in the round of 16, Level E, final match, the victor is Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen glanced briefly at his opponent's unconscious body and whispered. To himself, almost did not recover in time. But with the battle stone's protection, he should be fine. In the stands, a few students whispered in shock, their eyes still unable to believe what they had just witnessed. How did he do that, so fast? Even I could not follow it properly. The quarterfinal brackets for 8 competitors appeared on the large screen, with each match announced. In bracket 1, Lu Yu from Thuo Kwang faced Zhao Qing from Bai Shi. Lu Yu won. Bracket 2, Lam Tan from Van Ho vs Sun Ming from Tan Lone. Lam Tan won. Bracket 3, Wang Zha from Thuo Kwang against Ha Hao from Thuo Kwang. Wang Zha won. Bracket 4, Qi Ran from Lam Ji vs Zhou Shen from Du Jia Lai. In the second quarterfinal, Lam Tan swung her purple lightning spear with sharp precision, overwhelming her opponent. Lam Tan won. Next, in the third quarterfinal, Wang Zha casually unleashed a fierce punch, his energy forcefully sending Ha Hao flying. Wang Zha won. The audience buzzed with discussion. He also won with a single move, one person asked in shock. Another shrugged indifferently. Probably just letting him win. Forget him. Next up is Zhou Shen. In the midst of the uproar, Wang Za's eyes suddenly flared red. His face shadowed with a menacing darkness, and a violent killing intent surged around him. The audience gasped, shock rippling through the stands. The fourth quarterfinal had begun. Zhou Shen was set to face Qi Ran. Qi Ran roared, his punch erupting like a pillar of fire, overwhelming in sheer force. The Mick enthusiastically commented, Qi Ran's brute strength lives up to his reputation. His attacks are vicious and relentless. Defending against him is nearly impossible. Yet Zhou Shen's figure moved like a streak of lightning, his speed so extraordinary that he seemed to anticipate every attack from his opponent. Seeing such agility, the Mick exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Shen's movements, he is practically predicting his opponent's trajectory. His speed is beyond human comprehension. A cold punch was unleashed, and Qi Ran could not react in time, taking the full impact and collapsing onto the arena floor. Immediately, the Mick announced the result. Zhou Shen had won. In the observation room, the two judges stared at the screen, voices tinged with doubt. This Zhou Shen. It seems he has not used any combat techniques at all. The colleague beside him nodded quietly, analyzing in a low voice. Indeed, he is only using refined energy to enhance his body to attack his opponent. The chief judge furrowed his brow, eyes filled with suspicion. Could it be that his level is not really level 4, but he deliberately suppressed it to participate in the competition? Perhaps he used some forbidden elixir to boost his power. But no matter what it is, it would violate the competition rules. Send someone to investigate. The Mick stepped forward, voice booming across the arena. Next up is the first semifinal, Zhou Shen of Du Jia Lai Academy versus Lu Yu of Thuo Kwang Academy. But at that moment, several people in black suits approached Zhou Shen on the arena floor, catching the male Mick off guard. Huh, what is going on here? The audience murmured and speculated. Someone asked in astonishment, who are they? What are they doing here? One of the men handed Zhou Shen a testing device, his tone serious. Wear this. Once it is on, release your refined energy one time. Zhou Shen replied calmly. Whispers spread across the stands. Someone who recognized them shouted, looks like special envoys from the city's mid-level sector. Another panicked, voice trembling. Are not these the envoys responsible for measuring the levels of duelists? Could Zhou Shen not actually be level 4? No wonder he is so formidable. Did he hire someone to fight for him? Zhou Shen calmly put on the device, frowning slightly and thought, did I overdo it a bit? I should be more careful next time, avoid revealing too much. The test results quickly appeared on the electronic board. Zhou Shen, Du Jia Lai Academy, Level E, Rank B. Status, Stable. One of the envoys announced clearly and confidently, the results are accurate. The duelist's level is completely correct, and there is no sign of any elixir in his body. The Mick, sweat beading his face, hurriedly relayed the information. The special envoys have confirmed, Zhou Shen is indeed Level E, Rank B. The match will continue. The audience, upon hearing this, displayed shocked expressions, exchanging bewildered glances. Mouths fell open in disbelief. What, he defeated so many opponents consecutively, and he is really only level 4. The first semifinal began. Lu Yu glared at her opponent, Zhou Shen, her face tense. Is he really that formidable? The next moment, Lu Yu was sent flying with a single strike. The male Mick shouted in horror, what, another finishing blow? Lu Yu of Thuo Kwang Academy had been defeated. The arena erupted in cheers, the crowd roaring with excitement, while the male mech shouted in exhilaration. It was unbelievable. Zhou Shen had claimed victory once again, advancing straight to the finals. The female mech, Le, raised her fist high, shouting encouragement along with the crowd, "Go, go." In the observation room, both teachers stared in stunned silence. Wang turned to smile wryly and said, "Lao Ho, your student is truly extraordinary." Ho, still in disbelief, laughed in agreement. "Ha ha, indeed." Another principal from a different school stepped forward to shake hands, his words flowing with admiration. "Congratulations, Principal Ho. I did not expect Dujia Lai Academy to produce such a remarkable talent this year." He continued, his voice filled with awe. "I have heard of your dedication to your students, and seeing this student proves your reputation is well deserved." Nodding, he added, "We should all take a page from your book." Li Ku sat quietly beside him, casting a brief glance and murmuring, "Indeed." Inside, Principal Ho's heart swelled with pride, unable to hide his emotion. It was the Academy's first time participating in this tournament, and yet they had already reached the finals. "Zhou Shen, you truly have not disappointed me," he whispered, filled with pride. Meanwhile, the second semifinal was about to begin. Vong Zha of Thuo Quan Academy faced off against Lam Tan of Van Ho Academy. Lam Tan stepped onto the arena floor, her gaze steady, determination burning in her eyes. Finally, the semifinals. "For the glory of the Academy, I absolutely cannot lose." As Lam Tan confronted her opponent, a sudden oppressive aura washed over her, startling her. The tension on the arena floor was palpable, a crimson killing intent radiating across the stands. Vong Za's expression remained cold, his red-tinged eyes exuding an almost predatory presence. The mech's voice rang loudly, carrying across the arena. The match began, and the giant screen displayed the latest semifinal bracket. The first match had seen Zhou Shen of Dujia Lai Academy defeat Lu Yu of Baksu Academy. Now, the second match would determine who would face Zhou Shen in the final. Vong Zha of Thuo Quan Academy versus Lam Tan of Van Ho Academy. The battle was about to commence, deciding the next contender for the championship. Amid the electrifying atmosphere of the arena, the crowd's cheers echoed like a storm. Two female students leapt to their feet, raising their hands in encouragement, their eyes shining with faith as if trying to lend strength to the fighter on the floor. The black-haired girl shouted with excitement, "Do your best, senior." Her companion echoed her fervor, raising her own hands and yelling, "You can do it. You will win for sure." Below, Vong Zha looked up at the stands, and amidst the roaring encouragement, he momentarily let his guard slip. Lam Tan's eyes flared with determination, sharp and lightning-like. "This is my chance." Surging with energy, she dashed toward Vong Zha like an arrow shot from a bow. Whirling energy circled her arms, forming a dazzling ring of light. She unleashed the martial skill Lu Yun Shou, her arms sweeping out in a spiraling blue glow toward Vong Zha, the strike bursting with explosive force. Vong Zha met the full force head-on, yet his figure stood unmoving like a mountain. His red eyes opened wide, radiating a chilling, terrifying aura. Lam Tan's face paled, cold sweat breaking out as she stared at him in disbelief. "How is this possible? It is completely useless." Vong Za's iron-like hands clamped onto Lam Tan's arm. He lowered his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, and spoke in a deep, low voice, "So you have courage, do you?" Even while restrained, Lam Tan gritted her teeth, resisting fiercely, swinging her arms straight at his face. She shouted in fury, "What does it have to do with you?" The poke she would just delivered was not enough to faze Vong Zha. A faint, sinister smirk curled his lips, his red-tinged eyes radiating pure contempt. His cold, dismissive laughter cut through the tension, as if mocking her effort. Gritting her teeth, Lam Tan poured all her strength into the next strike. Her hand glowed with fierce purple light, surging with raw energy. The violet energy exploded outward, coiling tightly around Vong Zha in constrictive spirals, as if attempting to bind him in an unbreakable cage. Twisting her body, she executed the martial skill Feng Lian Jiao, a crushing kick carrying an explosive force that shook the entire arena. Dust and smoke swirled around her. Clutching her injured arm, Lam Tan's face still bore the expression of unwavering determination. She panted heavily, whispering, "Good." The entire attack landed. But before she could finish, a towering figure emerged from the smoke. Vong Zha, standing tall and imposing. He looked at her with a cold, mocking smile, his voice resonating oppressively. Pathetic little tricks. Lam Tan's eyes widened in shock. Her body instinctively recoiled, fear striking her heart. When did you? Vong Zha narrowed his eyes, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He unleashed his skill Soi Huyat, a blazing crimson punch erupting like an explosion, striking straight toward Lam Tan with overwhelming force. The strike seemed to tear through space itself, hurling Lam Tan violently backward. She slammed into the arena floor, the impact reverberating through the entire space. The audience was stunned, unable to comprehend the sheer force of Vong Zha's punch. Whispers of awe and fear spread among them. Both fighters were terrifyingly strong. This semifinal was clearly in a league of its own. One observer trembled, noting that even the arena floor was damaged, yet Vong Zha remained unscathed, a true monster. In the stands, the two female students turned pale. One covered her face in fear, unable to watch, while the other clasped her hands in prayer, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Senior." In the observation room, Teacher Wang clenched his fists, his expression taut with tension. He muttered softly, sending all his hope into his student. "Lam Tan, hold on. Do your best." As the dust gradually settled, Lam Tan knelt on the arena floor, her body battered and bruised, her breath ragged, shoulders trembling from exhaustion. Her body felt limp, drained of strength. A worn protective talisman, inscribed with the characters for peace, fell from her hands, rolling across the cold floor. Lam Tan's eyes were heavy with fatigue, sweat streaming down her pale face. She gritted her teeth, whispering to herself in desperate determination, yet her resolve remained unbroken. "I cannot fall yet." The scene shifted to the past. Outside, the sky suddenly darkened, and a heavy rain began to pour, each droplet thudding against the academy's rooftops as if echoing the tension and turmoil of the battlefield. In the classroom, Lam Tan, wearing her academy uniform, strode in with an air of unwavering confidence. Her voice rang clear and commanding. "Why are you all still sitting around? Training time has started." A short-haired female student turned anxiously, her eyes clouded with worry. With a sigh, she spoke to Lam Tan, "Senior, if the academy loses its funding, I will have to go home and help my family. I want to keep studying, become a Dura, but..." Lam Tan spread her arms wide, embracing both girls, a strong smile on her face and unwavering eyes. "Do not worry. I will make sure to win first place in the district-wide exchange competition. When that happens, the Ministry of Education won't be able to cancel the academy's funding. Everyone will be able to continue their studies." The black-haired girl's eyes shimmered with hope as she looked up and asked softly, "Really, really?" Lam Tan smiled gently, her voice resolute. "Of course. Have I ever lied to you?" The girl froze for a moment, then hurriedly dug into her uniform pocket and pulled out a talisman. "Ah, yes. My mother made this for me. I hope it brings you luck, Senior. We will always support you." Her companion echoed with fervor, "Yes, we will cheer for you together. Do your best." Lam Tan grasped the talisman in her hand, giving a soft, determined smile. "Agreed," she said firmly. Back in the present, Lam Tan's body was battered and bruised. She struggled to reach for the talisman, whispering with a trembling voice, "Agreed." She braced herself on the ground, forcing herself upright, her exhausted face still fixed on the talisman lying just ahead. Vong Zha stepped forward coldly, kicking the talisman aside with a contemptuous tone that pierced like a dagger. Risking your life for this, without hesitation, he raised his foot and stomped forcefully toward Lam Tan. She was hurled backward, her body rolling across the arena floor. He let out a short, disdainful remark. "Pathetic." Lam Tan lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and battered. Vong Zha's cold, faintly mocking laughter carried the gleam of his red-tinged eyes. "Do your supporters still feel like cheering after seeing this?" Next to Lam Tan, the crimson glow of her spirit stone flared. The Mc quickly announced the result, his voice echoing throughout the arena. "The system confirms, Lam Tan's spirit stone has turned red." This confirmed she had completely lost her ability to fight. Vong Zha had won. Despite the match being over, Vong Zha slowly raised his foot, aura blazing with ferocity, sharp energy radiating outward like a cutting blade. "It ends here. So-called heroes of Manhwa. Amid the tense silence, the anxious shouts of the male Mc rang out. "Stop, the match is over, someone stop him," McLean also screamed, her voice trembling with fear. "No, do not." In the stands, several male students were horrified, one trembling as he yelled, "What? What is he planning to do?" Seeing his student in danger, Teacher Wang's face went pale. He bellowed loudly, his voice reverberating across the arena. "Stop." From the upper rows, Grandmaster Bach Nhac observed everything with his usual composed authority, completely unshaken. His bodyguard, concerned, called out anxiously, "Grandmaster Bach Nhac, if you do not intervene, someone could die." But Grandmaster Bach Nhac merely closed his eyes, his tone calm and unperturbed. "No need." His eyes narrowed slightly, deep and imposing, as if he had anticipated everything before it happened. Vong Zha let out a roar and slammed a powerful kick into the arena floor. The impact reverberated with a thunderous crash, the ground shattering and dust billowing into the air. In that split second, at the brink of disaster, a figure immediately recognizable to everyone lunged forward, catching Lam Tan in a protective embrace, shielding her from the finishing blow. His voice was cold and cutting, eyes sharp as blades. "Attacking someone who cannot defend themselves. Is this your style?" Vong Zha spun around, eyes blazing red with overwhelming killing intent. He ground his teeth, his voice trembling with shock. "It is. You, the one who just appeared to save Lam Tan. Is Zhou Shen." Cradling Lam Tan, still unconscious, in his arms, Zhou Shen's cold blue eyes locked onto Vong Zha with icy precision. The male Mc erupted with excitement, his voice echoing throughout the arena. "It is Zhou Shen." The crowd exploded in cheers. The male Mc shouted even louder in exhilaration. "Zhou Shen. He saved Lam Tan just in time." McLean placed her hand over her chest, exhaling in relief. Her voice lowered with a quiet, reverent tone. "Thank heavens." Nearby, Teacher Wang hurried forward, eyes red with emotion, voice trembling as if a tremendous weight had been lifted. "Thank the heavens." Witnessing Vong Zha's cruel audacity from the stands, the students clenched their fists in outrage, shouting, "He actually tried to finish her off." "That is despicable," another male student yelled passionately. "Zhou Shen, do your best. In the finals, make sure to teach him a lesson." Vong Zha walked forward leisurely, shoulders slightly turning, a cold, disdainful smile on his lips. "Whoever it is makes no difference. Add one, lose one, it changes nothing." Zhou Shen's eyes glinted with a piercing, icy light, his entire body radiating an intense, blue-hued aura. He tilted his head slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident smirk. "Is that so? Then let us see about that." Amid the tense atmosphere, the arena echoed with cheers. After the match concluded, Lam Tan was carefully lifted onto a stretcher by the staff, her pale face drawing sympathetic gasps from the audience. The announcer's voice boomed formally through the loudspeakers. "Since both competitors have agreed to proceed directly to the finals to ensure a smooth match, we ask all staff to restore the arena immediately. Thank you for your cooperation." In the stands, Zhou Shen's friends, having finished their own bouts, cheered for their companion. Tham Jia Tui looked down and squinted, recognition flickering in his eyes. "Oh. Is not that Zhou Shen's friend?" Nearby, Lu Dian waved a support sign enthusiastically, tilting her head as she responded, "You're part of the selected class, right?" Still uncertain of the situation, Tham Jia Tui raised an eyebrow curiously. "So, what is the current situation?" Lu Dian glanced back, her eyes flickering with caution. "Zhou Shen has already entered the finals." After a brief silence, worry crept across Lu Dian's face. She bit her lip lightly, murmuring with unease, aware that the opponent in the finals did not seem easy to contend with. On the arena floor, the tension thickened. Teacher Wang let out a cold snort, his voice full of disapproval. "And they let this lunatic compete. I really do not understand what Li thinks sometimes. Wang, you will have to hold your ground this time." Standing nearby, another teacher leaned in, issuing a stern warning. "Zhou Shen must be careful." Zhou Shen remained unmoved at the center of the arena, his expression calm as if nothing could shake him. With just a simple response, Ko Zhenan reassured Teacher Ho. "Do not worry." Opposite him, Wang Zha stepped forward with a disdainful smile, his cold eyes flashing. Each word he spoke dripped with mockery. With your background and status, you really think you stand a chance? Before Wang Zha could finish, Zhou Shen interrupted sharply, his voice slicing through the air like a blade. Enough chatter, do you still want to fight or not? The pressure emanating from Zhou Shen intensified, each step he took compressing the space around him, his gaze sharp and unrelenting. In the dim light, Wang Za's eyes flared red, a predatory gleam igniting as anger surged within him. He fell silent, the air between them heavy enough to choke on. Then, two powerful auras erupted simultaneously, one blazing red like wildfire, the other icy blue cutting to the bone, colliding violently at the center of the arena. The space shook with tremendous force. The Mix's clear voice rang out like a command, everything is ready. I declare the match officially begun. Wang Zha stomped forward with full force, the impact reverberating through the arena floor, sending dust clouds into the air that obscured the view. The force of the initial clash made the audience gasp, the sheer power palpable. Like a feral beast, Wang Za's fist surged toward Zhou Shen with terrifying might. The punch sliced through the air, creating a shockwave that sent chunks of dirt and debris flying, forcing Zhou Shen into a tense, defensive stance. Wang Za's lips curled into a mocking grin, his voice dripping with contempt. I thought you were supposed to be so formidable. Suddenly, his eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down his face, fear flashing across his features. Then Zhou Shen's low, calm voice cut through, extinguishing the arrogance like a blade. That is my line. Is this all the skill you have as the champion of the league? Zhou Shen remained composed, letting Wang Za's punch slam directly into him, his eyes flashing a chilling blue. His tone was calm yet brimming with authority. In that instant, Zhou Shen twisted his body, bursting forth with force. Like a sudden gale, he surged forward, his arms snaring Wang Zha in a powerful grip. Wang Za's face twisted, shocked and unable to react in time, yet he refused to back down. His eyes blazed red, teeth grinding sharply, and his berserk blood technique activated. His entire arm flushed crimson, muscles bulging, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. A flurry of punches from both sides erupted simultaneously. The two forces collided with earth-shattering impact, detonating like a thunderclap. A blinding flash exploded, shockwaves radiating outward, shaking the arena floor violently. In the observation room, both commentators were left speechless at the scene. The male Mix's voice trembled with shock. I have been in this industry over 10 years, and I have never seen a fourth-level round display such terrifying momentum. It was unbelievable. This was the first time the Dui Jia Lai Academy had participated. The female McLee, standing nearby, panted heavily, her voice trembling in awe. Incredible. Truly formidable. In the stands, Shen Jiawei and Ma Wenhao were both frozen, eyes wide in disbelief at what they were witnessing. Shen Jiawei stammered, that is Zhou Shen, so he has been holding back during our sparring sessions before. Ma Wenhao, beside him, was equally stunned as he realized the disparity. Clearly only a level apart, yet the gap in actual power was massive. Back on the arena floor, Zhou Shen surged forward, throwing a punch. The force of his strike erupted like it could crush everything before him. The sheer murderous aura combined with his speed revealed visible fear on Wang Za's face. His eyes widened involuntarily. Zhou Shen's strike came down like a lightning bolt, hitting Wang Zha squarely in the face, sending him flipping backward. Blood splattered across the arena as his face contorted from the impact. In the stands, Teacher Zhang furrowed his brows, sweat streaming down his forehead, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, I knew Zhou Shen had an excellent foundation, but I never expected him to match an opponent of such top-tier resources. Wang Zha staggered, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Confusion and rage filled his eyes. Blood. Am I injured? Humiliation and fury burned in his gaze. Wang Zha gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with resentment. Could I really be struck by someone like this? His aura exploded, veins bulging across his entire body. He screamed in frenzy, his body blazing red as if his blood were boiling. At the same time, his absolute technique was activated, the ultimate berserk blood at maximum level, witnessing Wang Za's explosive surge of power. In his mind, the dark god thought quietly, he is forcing his spiritual energy to explode within his body to enhance his strength. Is this what they call a battle technique? A fleeting smile curved at the corner of his lips. Interesting. Wang Zha, like a wild beast unleashed, suddenly surged forward at unprecedented speed, his entire body bathed in a blazing red light, dashing like a lightning bolt. Zhou Shen's ice-blue eyes sharpened, his gaze cold and calculating, whispering in a low tone, "His speed is faster now." Wang Zha, ablaze from head to toe, roared as he charged, his velocity skyrocketing beyond what the naked eye could follow. Yet Zhou Shen merely tilted his body slightly, his blue eyes flashing. His voice, cold as ice, carried clearly, but with my Kai Sense skill, it is useless. Kai Sense is the ability to focus the mind, greatly enhancing the range of perception. Skill activated. In the monitoring room, a black-suited bodyguard frowned as he observed the data. Wang Za's spiritual energy intensity was rising rapidly. "Master Bai, do we need to file a rank inspection for Wang Zha?" Master Bai, beside him, remained composed, his eyes deep and unreadable. He spoke slowly, "This contender has used this battle technique in previous matches. It is the royal family's berserk blood. This technique temporarily enhances the body, surpassing the user's normal level. This time, he has applied it full body, yet it is still within regulation." The bodyguard gave a slight nod, letting out a sigh. "I have been too hasty." Master Bai's eyes narrowed, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips as though he had found something interesting. Yet there was still another contender, one who, from the start, had seemingly not unleashed their full power. That is what really piques my curiosity. Just how far can he go? On the arena floor, the two forces collided with ferocious intensity. Fists clashed in rapid succession, the explosions echoing through the stands and shaking the audience. A low, commanding voice resonated amidst the chaos. Ma Wenhao and Shen Jiawei in the stands squinted, trying to follow the motion, but the speed had long surpassed the limits of human perception. Sweat dripping down his face, Shen Jiawei shouted in panic, "Too fast, I can't see anything clearly." Is Zhou Shen being overwhelmed? Ma Wenhao next to him quickly shook his head. No, that is not it. He is guiding Wang Za's punches." Wang Zha gritted his teeth, muscles tensed, his fists blazing red like molten fire, each strike carrying enough raw power to crush his opponent. Zhou Shen tilted his head slightly, his ice-blue eyes cold and unwavering. His body moved with fluid precision, evading Wang Za's brutal strikes by inches. He stood firm in the center of the arena, hair fluttering lightly in the gusts stirred by the battle. Zhou Shen's expression remained calm, his eyes flashing with quiet confidence, as though he had the rhythm of the entire match grasped firmly in his hands. He drew a deep breath, and in that instant, poured his full strength into a punch, unleashing it with unrelenting force. Wang Zha reacted instinctively, raising his hands to block, relying on pure brute force to absorb the strike. The collision detonated violently, the two energies clashing and sending tremors through the surrounding space. The arena floor shook as Wang Zha slammed his feet down, pushing his strength to the extreme. Booming explosions erupted, countless shards of stone scattering in all directions, forming waves of pressure that radiated outward. Wang Za's crimson aura blazed like untamed fire. The two opponents faced off, fists and power colliding in a manner that rent the very air, dust swirling to obscure the stands. Wang Za's face flushed crimson, eyes glowing red with pure madness. He roared hoarsely, forcing every ounce of strength into his words. "Within the same rank, you are the first to fight me this hard. But the strongest, that is only me." Instantly, his entire body ignited with a blood-red light. His eyes burned like fire, his roar shaking the entire arena. His destructive aura enveloped him, wild and uncontrollable. Zhou Shen merely gave a faint smile, his ice-blue eyes calm and composed, his voice cold and laced with disdain. "So this is all your trump card?" He tilted his neck slightly, and waves of azure light spiraled around him. A chilling aura, deep and vast as the ocean, radiated from his body, suppressing Wang Za's raging inferno. Leveraging his activated skill, Zhou Shen's remaining uses counted down, 0 per 6. In a frenzy of rage, Wang Za's muscles tensed, his entire body blazing crimson as if boiling blood coursed through his veins. His eyes radiated a fierce, savage light, his breath coming out like a wild beast about to tear its prey apart. He poured all his strength into his charge. Yet, despite the opponent's unbridled fury, Zhou Shen maintained perfect composure. His ice-blue eyes gleamed sharply, fists clenched, energy coalescing into his hands, ready to erupt. The moment they collided, Wang Za's red fists clashed against Zhou Shen's blue strikes, detonating with a thunderous boom. The ground quaked, the air shattered, and dazzling light engulfed the entire battlefield. Zhou Shen activated his sensory skill, eyes sharp as blades. He focused completely, observing every subtle movement of Wang Zha as if seeing through all his techniques. A confident thought rang clearly in his mind. I see it now. His pattern of strikes is fully exposed. In an instant, Wang Za's body appeared almost transparent in Zhou Shen's eyes, veins and blood flow visible as they pulsed violently. A single bright red point flared in the center of his chest, and Zhou Shen coldly judged, his weak spot lies at the heart. Without hesitation, Zhou Shen unleashed his power, his azure fist slicing through the air straight toward Wang Za's chest. The impact rang out explosively, blue energy bursting forth before Wang Zha could react. The strike pierced through, sending Wang Zha into agonizing pain, blood spewing like a fountain. His body shaking violently as his scream tore through the space, but Zhou Shen did not relent. With a lithe grace akin to a hunting leopard, Zhou Shen spun, delivering another ferocious blow. Blue light surged, his aura like an avalanche, dominating the battlefield. Wang Zha trembled, struggling desperately to defend. His body seemed on the verge of being torn apart by the overwhelming force, fear rising like a tidal wave within him. How? How is this possible? His speed and strength continued to climb, cold sweat streaming down his distorted, panicked face. Wang Za's eyes widened, filled with hopelessness, screaming in bitter denial. Impossible! Impossible! Flames of crimson rage erupted, and Wang Zha roared in madness, eyes blazing red. I am the strongest. Amidst this fury, Zhou Shen calmly tightened his azure fist, his gaze icy and unwavering, voice low and measured as though sealing the outcome. This battle should end now. Refusing to yield, Wang Zha lunged forward, fists blazing like molten fire, murderous intent radiating from him. He bellowed, "Die!" The instant the red and blue fists collided, the ground exploded, and a dazzling shockwave erupted as if heaven and earth had collapsed. The catastrophic impact sent a massive wave of force sweeping through the entire arena. Continuous explosions rattled the space, leaving Master Zhang and Master Hu struggling to maintain composure. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Master Hu jolted in shock, cold sweat pouring down. He cried out in alarm, "What is happening?" Amidst the swirling dust and haze, Wang Za's towering figure gradually emerged. He still stood firm, like an unyielding mountain. The commentator's voice erupted with excitement. Wang Zha is still standing strong. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Wang Za's knees buckled, breath ragged, and a glowing red crystal fell to the ground. The commentator's voice rang out again, clear and decisive. No, contestant Wang Zha has lost the ability to continue. The last one standing is Zhou Shen. The dust settled, and the heroic figure of Zhou Shen stepped slowly into the center of the battlefield, all eyes converging on him. In the stands, the commentator's voice rang with authority as the final result was announced. Congratulations to contestant Zhou Shen for claiming the champion title of the Level 4 group. The points for the School of Summoned Heroes had also achieved a record-breaking feat. With 200 points, they secured the top position. The audience erupted into cheers, astonished and proud. Some shouted emotionally, "Amazing, incredible performance. Our outer tier region has gained such a dark horse." Ma Wenhao and Shen Jiawei embraced, both exclaiming with pride, "We won, we actually won. Zhou Shen is incredible, truly worthy of being our bot." Lu Dinlian clenched to Shaha's hand tightly, eyes shimmering with joy, and together they shouted in happiness. "I knew he would definitely make it." Down on the arena floor, Master Zhang laughed aloud with unrestrained delight, raising his voice in praise. "Zhou Shen, you have truly made us proud." Beside him, Master Hu clasped his hands together, a proud smile spreading across his face. He let out a soft sigh, a trace of bitter sweetness hidden in his expression. He murmured, "This time, we finally do not have to bow to anyone else." Seeing this, Master Zhang paused, then asked curiously, "Is that really the main point you wanted to highlight?" In another room, the principals of two other schools were conversing. One said, Principal Hu is still down there. The other urged quickly, we must hurry and congratulate him. In a shadowed corner, Li Kuat's face was taut with tension, veins standing out prominently. He gritted his teeth, eyes reddened, muttering in anger. Behind him, Ouu fidgeted, unsure whether it was too late to change sides now. Eventually, Ouu made up his mind. He sprang up and shouted loudly, wait, I am going too. Li Kuat, witnessing Ouu's duplicity, could not help but feel exasperated. Meanwhile, Master Bai Yu clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze calm. He spoke in a deep, steady voice, the match has ended. I should also return. The remaining matters will be in your hands. The bodyguard responded promptly, yes, sir. Thank you for your efforts. Master Bai Yu's mind lingered thoughtfully on the young contestant called Zhou Shen. Stepping out of the room, he caught sight of a familiar figure ahead and furrowed his brows, suspicion flashing in his eyes. He is here too, could it be? He came because of Zhou Shen. Elsewhere, two mysterious figures stood before a glass wall, observing the arena below. The man's voice was low as he remarked, unexpectedly, even this backward outer-tier region can produce such a promising seed. No wonder you came specifically to watch this battle. He glanced at the young woman in blue beside him, probing deliberately. Lin En, I heard you knew him from before, are you confident about bringing him into the guild? Lin En responded softly, tinged with nostalgia. When we were children, he and I were neighbors, but after I moved, we lost touch. The last time we met by chance in the Blackwater area, it seemed he did not even recognize me. The wind swept through her silver hair, her gaze firm and resolute. She spoke with certainty, but as for inviting him to join the guild, I will give it my all. Back amid the lively tournament atmosphere, the award ceremony proceeded smoothly. A voice boomed across the arena. Our school of summoned heroes may be in a remote location, with scarce resources, yet. The voice continued with pride and emotion. It was none other than Master Hu. Today, we have proven with our strength that even a small place can soar like a golden phoenix. Lightning-like flashes crossed the sky as cheers erupted throughout the stands. Zhou Shen stood atop the highest podium, holding the championship cup, golden light enveloping his figure. A reporter called out loudly, "Contestant Zhou Shen, please look at the camera." Zhou Shen forced a polite smile, raised his hand in greeting, and quietly lamented to himself, too. This feels even more exhausting than the match itself. The next morning, in the principal's office, the front page of the newspaper displayed a dazzling image of Zhou Shen holding the cup. Master Hu spoke with heartfelt emotion, "Zhou Shen, this time we owe you a great deal." He carefully handed the previously promised black crystal to Zhou Shen. "This is what I had promised you earlier," he continued, sincerity in his gaze. "If this helps you, I believe even the previous principal would be pleased." Receiving the treasure, Ta Shen beside him could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Finally, it is in my hands." Master Hu looked at Zhou Shen, his gaze filled with both hope and a gentle admonition. "I believe it won't be long before the major academies of the inner tiers compete to invite you in, but when you enter the inner tiers, please do not forget this school of summoned heroes." Zhou Shen smiled, gave a slight nod, and replied succinctly, "Rest assured, Master, I won't forget." As Zhou Shen stepped out of the principal's office, still clutching the precious item he had just received, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Ahead of him appeared three familiar figures, Ma Wenhao, Shen Jiaxue, and De Xiahe. Zhou Shen raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and asked, "The school's dismissed already, why are you all still here?" Shen Jiaxue laughed heartily, waving a piece of paper in his hand. "Of course, we came to see you," he said. Grinning, he draped an arm over Zhou Shen's shoulder and held the announcement high. To their delight, immediately after the tournament ended, Master Zhang had already sent the acceptance letters confirming their admission to the 5 great academies. "All 3 of us have been accepted by the 5 great academies," Shen Jiaxue added proudly. Zhou Shen looked at them, a warm smile curving his lips. "Congratulations. With your strength, it is only natural that you would be noticed." Shen Jiaxue chuckled and added with a teasing tone, "Of course, it is all thanks to the eldest brother." Then he became serious again, clenching his fist, his voice resounding. "But as your brothers, our goals won't stop here. One day, we will become your strongest support." Zhou Shen paused slightly, curious. "What do you mean by that?" De Xiahe stepped forward, a radiant smile on his face and determination shining in his eyes. He means, in the future, we hope to learn even more from you. Though each academy has its own curriculum, there will still be free time to act together. She continued cheerfully, when that time comes, we will still seek you out to train together. Zhou Shen laughed, a softness passing over his gaze. Of course. Training alone is rather dull anyway. Walking alongside his friends, he smiled easily in response. From now on, let us all practice together more often, Shen Jiaxue shouted excitedly. Absolutely, the group's laughter and chatter filled the corridor until a hesitant voice rang from further ahead. That voice. All four turned simultaneously, spotting a familiar figure standing nervously. Lu Diandian, hands clenched, cheeks flushed with tension. Mustering all her courage, her voice trembled slightly, but determination shone through. Can I join you? I want to become stronger too. The modern training room gleamed under the bright lights, every piece of equipment shining brilliantly. Lu Diandian stepped in and could not help but gasp in amazement. Her eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with excitement and admiration. Her entire body trembled with joy at realizing she had finally stepped into the place she had always dreamed of. She suddenly exclaimed, This is the elite class. I can really study here. Her face flushed crimson, and her gaze shone with gratitude as she looked at Zhou Shen standing nearby, her voice trembling with emotion. I did not expect you to think of this so carefully. Zhou Shen, thank you, she said. Zhou Shen merely offered a gentle smile, responding casually, I did not do much. I just told Principal Hu, and he agreed immediately. Lu Diandian bowed deeply, her voice earnest, carrying deep gratitude. Master Hu, I am truly thankful for allowing me to use these facilities. And thank you to everyone else as well. Faced with such sincerity, Master Hu merely smiled calmly and said softly, no need for formalities. His steady voice echoed through the room as he continued. I plan to remove the restrictions on the elite class so that all students can freely use the training equipment, including the educational benefits that follow. Many other adjustments will also be made. Renovations for the school have already been planned. His eyes shone brightly, a broad smile spreading across his face. He continued with determination, thanks to the first-place prize money from the exchange tournament, I can finally implement things I once only dared to dream of. All of this is made possible by everyone's effort. The atmosphere instantly warmed. All the students turned to Master Hu in unison. Thank you, Master, Shen Jiaxue lamented, his face sulking like a child deprived of candy, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction yet carrying a hint of regret. Why wait until I am about to graduate to fix things properly? I did not even get to enjoy it. Frustrating. Immediately, Ma Wenhao's eyes widened as he raised his voice sharply to interrupt. Quiet, do not ruin the mood, Master Hu chuckled kindly, dispelling the tension. Ha ha, in the future, if you want to come back to school, just do so. Tu Xia had tilted his head, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he looked at his friend, voice full of wonder. But why is Lu Diandian suddenly training so intensely? The school's already on break after the exchange tournament. Shen Jiaxue widened his eyes in astonishment. Lu Diandian. Since when have you two become so close? Lu Diandian lowered her head, her hands twisting together shyly, but her voice gradually grew more determined. Well, I used to think I had no particular talent and just went with the flow. But seeing you all fighting for your dreams, I made up my mind. I want to be strong like you too. It is awesome. I have always been more confident in academics, so I plan to apply to the 5 great academies as a special academic student. A special academic student only needs to reach level 2. She continued, the registration deadline is a month away. I want to take the risk, and even if I fail, it is okay. Hearing this, tears streamed down to Shaha's face. She choked back sobs and turned to her friend. Lu Diandian faltered, but in the emotional moment, Tu Xiahe held her hands tightly, eyes shining with resolve. I will help you with everything I can. You can definitely do it, Tu Xiahe said firmly. Lu Diandian nodded, deeply moved, and hurriedly replied, Xiahe. Thank you. Behind them, Shen Jiaxue and Ma Wenhao also voiced their support in unison, full of energy. We will help too, no holding back. The atmosphere softened. Shen Jiaxue then turned to Zhou Shen, curiosity in his voice. What about you, Zhou Shen? Have you made any plans yet, chosen a school? Zhou Shen replied calmly, I have not received any notifications yet. Shen Jiashui's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted. What? How is that possible? We got our notifications the day after the tournament ended. Even we were recorded by the 5 great academies. How could you not be selected? Zhou Shen simply furrowed his brow and replied tersely, I am not sure either. In the tense atmosphere, Master Hu cleared his throat softly, trying to regain his composure. Ahem. Zhou Shen, regarding this matter, I was just about to speak with you. He produced a red envelope, speaking slowly. This is your admission letter, it was just sent to the school today. Seeing the letter, everyone let out a relieved breath. Shen Jiashui grinned widely, slapping his friend on the shoulder. I told you, there is no way you would not be selected. He continued eagerly, hurry, open it and see out of the 5 great academies, which school chose you. All eyes followed as Zhou Shen carefully opened the envelope, the clear, precise letters revealed. Admission letter, Fa Hu Academy. Upon reading the name, Shen Jiashui let out a startled shout, his face paling in shock. Fa Hu Academy is not that the academy that once dominated over all 5 great academies, Zhou Shen raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly surprised, and asked slowly, What does that mean? Shen Jiashui's eyes widened, and he urgently shouted, You really do not know, he began to explain to Zhou Shen. In our nation's academy system, there are 5 recognized as the very best, Koi Min Tin Academy, Tu Vongjia Academy, Hongsu Academy, Huang Kung Academy, and Yi Fap Academy. Each academy represents authority and power, holding supreme influence. However, there is only one academy that surpasses all 5, and that is Fa Hu Academy. If a student is selected by Fa Hu Academy, they gain priority admission. Even the 5 great academies must wait in line behind them. Hearing this, Zhou Shen furrowed his brow and tilted his head in puzzlement. If Fa Hu Academy is so prestigious, why does the country only officially recognize the 5 great academies and not 6? Master Hu's voice turned grave, his expression serious. That is because Fa Hu Academy's value cannot be measured against the 5 great academies. It was established specifically to study and counter Liat Feng. Zhou Shen blinked, repeating softly, Liat Feng. Master Hu's eyes deepened, and he lowered his voice. Actually, according to the central government's confidentiality treaty, the existence of Liat Feng must not be revealed outside designated areas. He paused briefly before continuing, but since all of you already qualified to enter the inner tier, I can give you a brief mention without harm. Lu Diandian, slightly flustered, asked in a low voice, I have not qualified for the inner tier yet. Should I stay away? Master Hu smiled faintly and waved his hand. No need. Just do not mention it outside. He then explained to the students. Simply put, Liat Feng is a vast, alternate world filled with creatures far stronger than ordinary practitioners. Since Liat Feng is bidirectional, its creatures can emerge into our world, and the consequences can be catastrophic. Therefore, whenever Liat Feng manifests, all practitioners must respond immediately. Though missions in Liat Feng bring great honor and reward, the dangers far exceed imagination. Master Hu himself was once a member of an elite reconnaissance team there, but during one mission, the entire team suffered severe casualties. In the blood-soaked memories, Teacher Hu recalled the combat team at Liat Feng suffering heavy casualties. He spoke in a deep, solemn tone. In the end, a key member was gravely injured, leaving behind severe aftereffects. The team could no longer bear the burden, morale fell apart, and we were forced to disband. His voice grew even more serious as he continued. Although other academies also required students to face Liat Feng to complete their advancement trials, the challenges and mortality rate at Faxio Academy were the highest. He carefully warned Zhou Shen, you must think this through. Having priority admission to Faxio Academy does not guarantee safety. Even if you decline, other academies will still come calling. I just do not want you to enter blindly and lose your life. Zhou Shen remained silent for a moment, then spoke decisively, his eyes blazing with determination. I will go. In his mind, he thought, a place that allows me to earn money while growing stronger, how could I possibly pass it up? Seeing this, Teacher Hu smiled knowingly and nodded slightly. I knew you would say that. I have a feeling you are destined to become an extraordinary warrior. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. Shen Jiawei patted Zhou Shen's shoulder with a bright smile. We won't be left behind. As long as we all get stronger together, we won't have to worry about Liat Feng, right? Zhou Shen nodded slightly. Right. Suddenly, Shen Jiawei remembered something and asked in alarm. The notice says the deadline is the 16th, right? Zhou Shen's eyes widened in surprise. Today is the 6th. Only 10 days left to register. Normally we would have half a year to prepare. Teacher Hu explained, Faxio Academy operates on its own system. Traditional standards do not apply. Zhou Shen's voice was resolute as he leaned forward. I need to start preparing immediately. Sorry, I can't train with you all any longer. Tu, Xiao Xia, and the others smiled, encouraging him in unison. Do not worry, we have got this. The scene shifted to a worn, nostalgic dorm room, quiet and filled with memory. Zhou Shen returned to his room, muttering as he checked his belongings. Clothes, raincoat. What else do I need to bring? At that moment, from below the floor, a swirl of dark purple energy rose, accompanied by a chilling shriek. A violent purple-black light erupted. Zhou Shen's eyes widened in shock as the anomaly appeared in his room. A vortex of dark energy spiraled, swallowing the space. Before him, the crystal given by Teacher Hu was pulled toward the swirl. From within the shadowy maelstrom, a giant clawed hand, glowing red, reached out, pointing at the crystal. Its sharp talons nearly pierced the core as streams of black-blue energy surged violently from the crystal. In an instant, the greenish energy separated from the crystal under the claw's force. A sharp explosion rang out as fragments of the crystal scattered across the floor. Zhou Shen stood frozen, eyes wide with astonishment, and then screamed in horror, "My crystal!" Zhou Shen knelt on the ground, his trembling hands clutching the shattered fragments of the spirit crystal. Tears welled up in his eyes, spilling down his cheeks in despair. Why? Why did the crystal turn out like this? I was planning to sell it for some money. The evil god's cold voice echoed in his mind. I have already taken the power within it. That stone has no value anymore. Were not you supposed to return to the academy to handle your affairs? How did it go? Zhou Shen recounted the important news he had received, his tone mixed with determination and unease. I have been accepted into the Po Xiao Academy. I heard they offer the best resources there. It is the most suitable place for me to repay my debts and become stronger. But there is something about cleansing the rift. They say it is so dangerous that even experienced veterans tread carefully. The evil god replied with a low, calm voice, there is nothing to fear from the rift. The contractors and the creatures born within it are fundamentally the same. After all, your spirit abilities, the very essence that makes you a contractor, originate from the rift itself. Zhou Shen forced a nervous smile. That sounds terrifying. So, bot, do you have any kind of reward that can at least keep me alive? I have already completed one wish. Have not I? The evil god snorted. Do you think I am some kind of reward dispenser, that all you have to do is hold out your hand and something will drop into it? HMPH. Still, since the rift ties into my own objectives, I will help you this once. Through the spirit crystal, I have managed to restore part of my power. Consider that your reward. Boy, brace yourself. A torrent of violet black energy erupted, engulfing Zhou Shen's body. He cried out in shock as the searing force surged through him. What is this? The purple energy flared across his eyes, and a luminous display materialized before him. Fragment of creative authority connecting to contractor permissions. Lines of glowing data streamed across the interface, scanning his body and inscribing his name. Analyzing contractor physiology. Analysis complete. Physique E4 confirmed. Contractor Zhou Shen recognized. Commencing reconfiguration of contractor framework. Conversion successful. Zhou Shen's body convulsed violently as his star energy roared within him, his rank rising rapidly. Optimization of contractor structure completed. Excess spirit energy detected converting into rank progression. Conversion complete. Current rank, E6 Stage 6. Brilliant violet light flared in Zhou Shen's eyes. His face showed both shock and resolve as the final notification appeared. Acquisition complete. Authority obtained, fragment of creative power. Zhou Shen stared at the glowing interface, confusion flickering in his gaze. Fragment of creative power, what? What is that supposed to be? The system displayed an explanation. Fragment of creative power, one of the shards containing the divine might of the creative demon god. Fat Lassie de. Those who possess it gain the ability to generate and shape power. Zhou Shen asked again, what did it just do to my body, and who exactly is this creative demon god? The evil god spoke slowly. Fat Lassie de was an old companion of mine. The so-called creative authority is a gift she left behind. It can awaken a contractor's hidden potential, creating the most suitable form of power, even altering one's physique or bloodline. The rewards I gave you before were not always ideal, so this time I am granting you a fragment of creative power. From now on, you will be able to forge your own strength. Zhou Shen frowned skeptically. If it is just a level up, is not this a bit excessive? The evil god growled, voice filled with irritation. Fool! Do you really think rank is everything? He continued, his tone deep and instructive. For a contractor, rank only reflects your basic physical aptitude. When you reach D rank, your first awakening of potential is what truly matters. If that potential is mediocre, then no matter how high your rank climbs, your power will still be limited. Giving you creative authority ensures that even if your potential is garbage, you can recreate your strength from scratch. If you are too weak, you are worthless to me anyway. Zhou Shen's mind raced as he recalled past events. I remember Lam Zhan, the top-tier competitor. He had awakened his potential system ability. So that special power. It really is just the strength of raw potential. Compared to that, conventional combat skills seemed mundane and ordinary. If he were to enter the rift, raw potential would indeed be far more important. Survival itself would depend on it, not just fighting monsters. The evil god spoke slowly, revealing a secret connected to the creative power. The strength of creative authority is often tied to a contractor's perception. I could explain more, but words are useless. You will understand once you experiment for yourself. Zhou Shen focused on feeling his own body, his eyes thoughtful. He realized the changes within himself and in the strange system. He could no longer sense his body absorbing spirit energy. It seems this fragment has truly restructured my body. Even the old paper-based information panel had transformed, now resembling the interface of the video games he had played before being transported here. A status screen appeared before him, clearly listing his stats. Contractor, Zhou Shen. Bloodline, human contractor. Potential, unawakened. Rank, E6, stage 6. Physique, 30. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Willpower, 0. Spirit, 0. Experience, 994. At a glance, everything was clear. He could immediately know what needed attention. Even the status columns were there. Could there also be shops and other functions? Function panels began appearing, though most remained locked, requiring higher levels to access. Exchange shop, unawakened, requires rank D7 to unlock. Level up, unawakened, requires rank D7 to unlock. Management, unawakened, requires rank D7 to unlock. Cards, present but locked due to low rank. Must level up first. A level up panel appeared, detailing the exact requirements. Zhou Shen sighed, realizing he lacked the most crucial materials. To advance from E6 stage 6 to D1 stage 7. Physique, 30 right pointing arrow 31, requires 3075 points. Strength, 0 right pointing arrow 1, requires 30 points. Agility, 0 right pointing arrow 1, requires 30 points. Willpower, 0 right pointing arrow 1, requires 30 points. Spirit, 0 right pointing arrow 1, requires 30 points. Soul, 2000, insufficient, cannot level up. I can't level up, Zhou Shen frowned, calculating. I do not have the necessary items. Looks like I will have to get them from the rift. But if I can't absorb spirit energy anymore, surviving in the rift with my current strength will be difficult. The evil god, sounding annoyed, asked, what is it now? You are really troublesome. HMPH, why do you have to be so persistent? I always feel like I am being tied down by you, Zhou Shen muttered. The evil god continued, calmer now, fortunately, you have already completed one of your wishes. The 70-day survival wish is fulfilled. I will grant you one final item. A wave of energy enveloped Zhou Shen, and a notification displayed the new reward. Reward received. Cause demon armor. A black and blue light flared, gradually forming a strange suit of armor around Zhou Shen. He blinked in surprise. Demon armor. This is equipment. A layer of glimmering black armor appeared over his arms, accompanied by a detailed info panel. Notification. Fragment of Ka's demon armor unique weapon. The armor contains the power of Spirit King Kara, with the property of binding the soul. No equipping necessary. It exists inherently. Special skill. Summons auxiliary demon armor to envelop the body for defense. When active, it can enhance strength. Zhou Shen examined the new armor, a smile creeping across his lips. A soul-bound armor. It provides both defense and strength enhancement. Even though it covers only part of my body, these attributes are incredibly convenient. The evil god's voice cut cold, explaining the cost. This reward has consumed all the power I just absorbed. Consider it an upfront investment. You must work hard on your side to repay me. Zhou Shen nodded happily. Understood. I will remember your favor, bot, and work diligently to repay it. The next day, a taxi was waiting outside. A familiar voice called out, Zhou Shen, are you leaving today? Standing before his friends, Zhou Shen gripped his suitcase, ready to set off. Yes. It only takes a day to reach the mid-level of the city from here, but I want to enroll as soon as possible. Principal Hu gave him a few last instructions. Very well, but once you enter the mid-level, it might be half a month before you can return. If anything happens and you need my help, speak up immediately. Zhou Shen carefully handed over a letter to his acquaintances before departing. Actually, there are a few things I need your help with. If possible, please check on my mother at the hospital from time to time. And if you meet my sister, please give her this letter. Principal Hu looked at the envelope seriously and asked, this must be important. Why do not you deliver it yourself? Zhou Shen hesitated for a moment before answering, there is some tension between my sister and me. It is inconvenient for me to meet her directly. Hu nodded. I understand. I will take care of your family. Focus on your studies without worry. Tham Jiawei and Tu Sha encouraged him. In half a year, we will come to find you. Make sure to entertain us properly when that time comes, keep in touch. Zhou Shen slung his backpack over his shoulders, stood by the taxi, and waved with a smile. I am off then. The vast Manhwa airport loomed ahead, signaling the start of a new journey. Inside, a staff member's voice echoed, asking for flight procedures and documents. You need a visa and a flight to the city's mid-level, correct? The female attendant inquired. May I ask the purpose of your travel? Zhou Shen answered succinctly, for enrollment. The attendant noted this enrollment, but the vacation period was still ongoing. Classes had not yet started. She requested proof. Please present your enrollment certification. Zhou Shen handed over the invitation. Will this work? The attendant's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the special card. It was a Fa Hu Academy identity card. She had been working in the outer layer until now and had never seen one in person. A seemingly ordinary teenager had actually been accepted by Fa Hu Academy. Her hands trembled slightly, and a rare sense of astonishment rose within her. Zhou Shen looked a bit embarrassed, thinking the card might not be enough. Is this insufficient? Otherwise, I still have my admission letter. The attendant waved her hand quickly. No, this is already enough. My apologies for the formality. She smiled warmly, guiding him, please this way. Once on board, just follow the instructions of the flight attendants. Zhou Shen asked, do I not need a ticket? The attendant replied, with your status, travel to the city's mid-level requires no fare. Only the return trip will cost extra. The white aircraft sliced through the sky, carrying the start of Zhou Shen's new journey. He settled into his seat comfortably, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and anticipation. First class, he thought. Is this also a privilege of Fa Hu Academy? He tilted his head, murmuring to himself, determination settling in. I hope I do not disappoint. An announcement chimed through the cabin, ladies and gentlemen. This flight will arrive at the city's mid-level at approximately 10 a.m. tomorrow. The morning was crisp, sunlight gleaming brightly on the large sign above the school gate. Zhou Shen lifted his gaze, eyes catching the golden letters of Fa Hu Academy shining brilliantly. A wave of indescribable excitement surged within him. So this is Fa Hu Academy. The heavy iron gate swung open, and Zhou Shen hesitated for a moment, his eyes lighting up slightly, heart stirring with emotions he could not quite name. It looks so majestic, but also strangely quiet, not like any school I have seen. He approached the reception desk where an attendant looked up, giving him a brief, assessing glance. Zhou Shen straightened his posture, maintaining a polite demeanor, and spoke first. "Hello. May I ask, is this the reception? Where should new students register?" The attendant responded warmly. "May I see your card?" The faint clatter of keys echoed as the screen lit up, displaying Zhou Shen's information. Suddenly, the attendant's demeanor shifted to an unusually enthusiastic cheerfulness. He stood up briskly, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "You must be Zhou Shen. I have been expecting you. Follow me. I will lead you into the academy." Zhou Shen blinked in surprise. "Expecting me? I do not even know the principal." A faint, mysterious smile curved his lips. The attendant leaned closer and said quietly, "It is not me, someone wants to meet you." A grand plaza unfolded before them, dominated by a massive black stone monument at its center. The attendant stopped, his voice lowering, "We are here." He tapped his card against the black stone. As Zhou Shen stepped into the plaza's center, a sense of serene stillness enveloped him. He furrowed his brows, eyes full of curiosity, and asked, "The academy has a place like this? Is this a secret passage?" "Soon you will understand," the attendant replied. The moment the card touched the stone, a violet-pink light erupted. The attendant warned softly, "It might be disorienting. Try to bear with it." A swirling beam of light enveloped Zhou Shen, warping the surroundings. His heart raced as he instinctively widened his eyes, reacting to the sudden, strange spectacle. Suddenly, the scenery shifted. In the distance, the magnificent architecture of the academy rose like an ancient fortress suspended in the air. Light flashed around the stone monument, and the two of them appeared in a different plaza. Before them stood a massive domed building, the scenery completely transformed. Zhou Shen's voice trembled with awe. "Is this teleportation?" As he looked around, his mind pieced together the recent memories. He realized the previous location had only been a transit point. He muttered, "So the place from before was not the real academy." The attendant explained, "Correct. Fa Hu Academy is further away, so we used the teleportation stone." "Zhou Shen, you have just arrived, so take your time getting acquainted. The person waiting for us is already here. Let us go." Glancing ahead, Zhou Shen quickly composed himself, preparing for the new encounter. They entered a lavish room, the attendant signaling with a hand, "This is the place. Miss Lam, I have brought him." Inside, 3 students in academy uniforms sat waiting. The atmosphere was quiet, illuminated only by sunlight streaming through the windows, lending a solemn elegance to the room. A silver-haired girl lifted her head, her clear blue eyes sparkling, and spoke gently with a soft smile, "Zhou Shen, long time no see. Do you remember me?" Memories from that night suddenly flooded Zhou Shen's mind, the image of her appearing vividly before him. He nodded slightly, a gentle curve forming on his lips. "Of course I remember. I have been looking for a chance to thank you. I did not realize you were my senior at the academy." A girl with purple hair stepped forward calmly, her voice even. "Thanks, I have already transferred the money to you." The attendant chuckled with satisfaction. "Then I won't bother you further. Please, take your time and talk." Zhou Shen stepped forward, eyes fixed on Laman as he asked, "Senior Laman specially called me here. What is it about?" But at that moment, a cold voice cut sharply through the air. "Stop right there." The atmosphere in the room tensed instantly. Thoi Mingcheng advanced, a cold smile curling his lips and a look of disdain glued to Zhou Shen. His voice dripped with sarcasm. "Someone from the outer layer like you who gave you permission to approach Miss Lam." Just as the tension threatened to escalate further, Lam-An's sharp voice rang out. "Thoi Mingcheng, mind your words. Zhou Shen is my guest." Thoi Mingcheng froze, saying nothing. Lam-An's tone softened slightly. "Zhou Shen, let us sit and talk." Zhou Shen shook his head, responding plainly, "No need, just speak straight." Lam-An exhaled lightly, her voice taking on a more composed tone. "Then I will be brief. Our guild is currently short on members, so I want to invite you to join." She continued, "As for the compensation, would 30 million be acceptable?" Zhou Shen was taken aback. 30 million, normally, the invitation fee is based on strength and potential, but exceeding 1 million is nearly unheard of. Thoi Mingcheng sprang up, his face a mask of fury. He shouted, disbelief in his voice, "Miss Lam, are you insane? With this price, You could hire 3 top B-rank members or even a level 1s. He pointed at Zhou Shen with utter contempt. Some nobody from the outer layer like him is not worth a single coin. Even as a joke, this is absurd. Lam An's expression hardened, her voice icy yet authoritative. Thoi Mingcheng, since when have you had the right to decide my matters? Thoi Mingcheng's face drained of color, cold sweat beading his forehead. His arrogance crumbled into fear, and he stammered, I did not mean that, Miss Lam An. Inwardly, Zhou Shen wondered, who is this boy that Lam An would defend so fiercely? The purple-haired girl standing silently nearby flicked a glance of mild surprise, observing the scene without interjecting. Lam An lifted her gaze back to Zhou Shen, her voice calm once more. You have just arrived at the central layer of the city, so you likely have not joined any guilds yet. This offer represents the maximum I can provide right now. I hope you recognize the sincerity behind it. Zhou Shen stood in thoughtful silence, his mind spinning through the implications of Lam An's proposal. To claim he was not moved would be a lie even in his wildest dreams. He had not imagined such an offer. Yet, he was only a new recruit. Why would she go to such lengths for him? He hesitated before replying, Senior Lam An, I. At that moment, a sudden announcement rang out. All new students have arrived. Please gather in the assembly hall within 1 hour. Lam An explained, it seems the last of the new students has arrived. Zhou Shen, leave your luggage here for now, you can retrieve it later. Regarding joining the guild, it is normal to feel hesitant. For now, take a little time to think. During the new student assembly, senior members will guide you. At that time, I hope you will allow me to be your mentor, as a way to repay the help I have offered. Having someone to help you get familiar with the environment is not a bad thing, right? Zhou Shen nodded, Senior Lam An. I will give it careful thought. Lam An smiled warmly. Good. Please, escort Zhou Shen to the assembly hall. The purple-haired girl, named Shi, responded, Yes, Miss Lam An. Gradually, the vast assembly hall came into view. The seating curved around the center, filled with new students waiting for the opening ceremony to begin. A confident young man with golden hair strode in, head held high, exuding arrogance. As the last of the new students, he silently calculated and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, so Miss Lam An is here too. An innocent, naive girl like her is the easiest to manipulate. If I can build a good relationship or even marry her, my family business would rise rapidly. When his gaze swept over Zhou Shen, disdain was unmistakable. He thought to himself, this penniless kid. His parents probably are not worth a dime. Perfect, that means less competition for me. Sitting near him will only highlight the difference between us. A middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair stepped onto the lectern. His hoarse yet authoritative voice commanded attention as he signaled for everyone to focus. Has everyone arrived? I have a lot to cover, so we will begin promptly, he said sternly. He introduced himself, I am Zhang Wei, your course advisor. Do not expect me to teach trivial things. I am busy. My job is to organize assessments and record your performance. Aside from mandatory activities, NHA Trong won't interfere much in your schedules. Zhang Wei began his lecture, his eyes sweeping over the new students. All of you were chosen by PHA. Most of you were probably considered geniuses. But here, you must abandon the glory of the past. Now, you are simply freshmen of PHA. What lies ahead is something entirely unfamiliar. Lithong. He paused, letting the name settle. Simply put, Lithong is like a hunt. You could be the hunter or the prey. In that world, all human weapons are useless. Only those with extraordinary physical power or weapons made from special materials can inflict damage. You, gathered from all corners, are the first defensive line against Lithong. For details, refer to the library. The training rooms also have combat exercises specifically for Lithong. Weekly, specialized instructors will teach classes that you can choose to attend. The school will not force you. Zhang Wei smiled wryly, a look of subtle challenge in his eyes as he continued, the better you understand Lithong, the more chances you have to grow stronger, progress, and survive. If you can't even adapt, then your end will come sooner or later. The entire hall fell silent, and Zhou Shen focused intently. Zhang Hui's voice continued below, very good. I see no fear in your eyes, which shows your desire to prove yourselves and pursue your ideals. You have passed the first assessment. A burst of blue light radiated from Zhang Hui's hands, and a cluster of glowing crystals shot into the air, eliciting gasps of amazement. Accept these as your reward from the school, he said. The students' faces lit up as the radiant crystals landed in their hands. These are skill stones. Absorbing them lets you learn combat skills, and they are expensive. I have never seen this before. Zhou Shen clenched the stone, feeling the surge of energy within. Zhang Wei explained, correct. These are common combat skill stones. Once integrated with your body, you automatically comprehend their skills. Notification: you have acquired the Common Combat Insight skill, allowing automatic recognition and comprehension of Lithong texts, aiding in exploration. He then reminded them, dousing their excitement with a sobering reality check. Do not celebrate too early. The school has arranged 2 tests. The first is the freshman assessment. You must survive a low-level Lithong and, within 6 months, reach D rank and awaken your potential. Additionally, within a year, you must accumulate 100 study points. The students murmured nervously. 6 months to reach D rank. I am only at E3. Can I do it? I am at E4 now. The pressure is intense. Zhang Wei continued, while the sequence is not mandatory, it is advisable to awaken your potential before entering the Night Rift. The golden-haired student smiled confidently, arrogance flashing in his eyes. D rank, I am at E5. Reaching D rank will be as easy as flipping my hand. No one here can surpass me. Zhou Shen remained silent, deep in thought. I am at E6. I can't rely on leveling potions. I have to find a way into Lithong myself. Zhang Wei raised his hand to calm the crowd, his voice echoing through the lecture hall. The students quieted down. Although reaching D rank in 6 months is challenging, the school's special leveling items are cheaper than the market, so there is no need to worry. For study points, the school will assign staff to assist you. Turning toward the door, Zhang Wei continued, you may proceed. A group of seniors entered, one of them with silver hair exuding confidence. The students' mouths watered at the sight. The atmosphere in the hall grew lively as all eyes turned toward the senior group. Zhang Wei introduced them. These were the upperclassmen who would play key roles in guiding the new students through the assessments.